Really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win out.
And it's all done. A flawless win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the Grand Finals. It's Doggy! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Hello everybody and welcome to the IEM Rio European Closed Qualifiers. We finally made it here. It is very, very exciting. But before we jump into it, I'm Nari Mizuki. I'm going to be one of your casters for today. And I'm joined by the wonderful Grimirana or Freddy. How are you doing today? Ooh. Slight technical issues here, boys. We'll get that sorted out momentarily. Hopefully we'll get Freddy back in a moment. But he was just saying how incredible that bumper is. I have to agree. Absolute chills up and down the body there. Goosebumps. Really, really phenomenal work that they've done. And I've loved that we've seen a lot of that recently for a lot of different events. So really dope to see. Let's see, Freddy, are you back with us?
Am I back? Am I here? Because you can hear me now, right? Yeah, okay, so I am.
Oh,
back.
cool,
Yeah.
you're back. Sick.
Yeah, I think it's like those type of bumpers, like it gives you, like it makes you relive a lot of those moments as well. And I think like we have such great moments in Counter-Strike, and a lot of the time as well, you have these like amazing commentators who also like make the moment for me even feel more special. And I think like if we're talking about IEMs, like we go over to Dallas, do you remember in the finals, Dinko, like, you know, a lot of those moments were made even better because of how amazing he was. And I think when we look at those bumpers and you like hear, you know, like some of the older guys, I think like I heard Sadie Kissed at one stage, and you're there, you're like, oh, that brings me back to like a simpler time sometimes.
Absolutely. And of course, as up-and-comers ourselves, we always hope to one day be a part of those incredible, phenomenal moments. But of course, this isn't about us. This is about the players and the teams. So here, as you can see on your screen, is our bracket for these qualifiers. Teams have fought tooth and nail to get themselves here today. And as you can see, we have a phenomenal lineup of teams that we're going to be watching throughout the course of the next couple of days. Over here on this stream, we're going to be kicking things off with Eternal Fire versus Bait. But of course, over on our A stream, you've got Cloud9 versus Heroic. And over on streams B and C, you'll have Falcons versus OG and Fnatic versus 3D Max respectively. So Freddy, how are you feeling about this bracket? Do you think there's room for some spice here?
I think firstly, when I look at this bracket, I'm like, it's a bracket worthy of an IEM qualifier. Like there's no weak links. Like every single team has, in maybe the organizational's history, performed at a very high level, or you've got someone like Bait who have just made it to the RMRs. They have been consistently winning quite a lot in the online circuit. So I think no matter what happens, whoever qualifies is going to be very worthy of that place. But then you also have that conversation of, okay, Cloud9, Eternal Fire, like those are teams that maybe have not been as hot recently. So if they don't qualify, that's an asterisk to their name. Whereas if Bait qualify, that's when you're like, whoa, okay, that's a massive result for them.
Yeah, I think to kind of lump into that as well is kind of heroic. And I know that they've been
Yes,
through a
there's some,
lot
yeah.
of turmoil over the last kind of few months. It's been super up and down, but there's still a lot of expectations on this organization to do well. So, you know, they're another one if they don't manage to pull through here. And quite rough, I feel that they go up against Cloud9 in their very, very first matchup here. So that, of course, is going to be a very exciting one. But what's really cool is once we do this match, we follow the loser, and the loser will play whoever loses that match. So that's pretty exciting, but we'll get through this one first because this in and of itself is going to be really cool. We do have a veto available for us as well, and I thought this veto was going to end up being really spicy, Freddie. Why don't you walk us through it?
Well, firstly, Mirage being picked by Bait, kind of their like go-to. It's also a map that Eternal Fire are very to be happy to play. Dust 2, similarly, I feel like every time I've watched Eternal Fire, Dust 2, they seem to be very like apt on it. Like it's especially when you look at the players on Eternal Fire, you're like, okay, Dust 2 makes sense. You have the opportunity of Woxic to just go crazy, and we saw that on LAN yesterday against Aurora at the Bet Boom Dasher event, where they picked into Aurora on Dust 2, they won, and like kind of exactly what you'd anticipate. Nuke as well. I feel like it's always been a very good map for Eternal Fire, but equally from my experiences watching Bait, it's also a map that they're very happy to play. I feel like this is a veto where Eternal Fire could maybe get a little bit upset on Mirage, but I think this is going to be a very exciting best of 3 where I could imagine it going to like all 3.
Yeah, I mean, what really stood out to me is the fact that both of these teams, their insta-bans are maps that their opponents really enjoy playing, really enjoy picking into. So I was very curious to see how that was going to kind of work itself out. It did actually end up going more or less as I expected. You spoke about the Dust 2 and Anubis, Eternal Fire, very comfortable on those maps. They very often pick into it if Vertigo is off the table, which of course it was today. So to have that come through, and then the Mirage, if Ancient is off the table, and of course Ancient was off the table. So very much to be expected, but that doesn't really tell us about what's going to happen on the server. So we've got a little bit of time here, and I really want to kind of deep dive into these teams a little bit here, give some information for anybody who may not be familiar, particularly with a team like Bait. I think that Eternal Fire, most people will be quite familiar with because of their great results recently, particularly, during the most recent major, and sure, they've hit a little bit of a downhill slope since then, but they're starting to pick up a bit more. Bait is the real question mark here for anyone who isn't as familiar with this kind of tier 2 level of play.
I think this is a really good testing and proving ground for Bait, because I've seen them a lot in numerous online tournaments, and sure, they are playing, some very legit teams. Like, they are playing against the best tier 2 teams that we have to offer, but I can't say I've seen them too often actually get pitched up in some event where there may be the team that, like on the lower end of that spectrum. So I'm very excited to see how these players will be able to adjust to playing a team like Eternal Fire, who were top 10 multiple times this year, major quarterfinalists. I think when we look at Bait, you're looking at MPL, the Rifler who picked up IGLing coming onto this squad that, oh my god, does not miss a beat. Like, this guy, him and Headtrick, it's just so cool to see where they were maybe at a top level, didn't perform on those teams, and then almost like take a downgrade, but almost end up joining a team where they're playing better Counter-Strike. The quality of their victories is much better, and I think it's really exciting to see the progression of those guys' 2 careers where they're looking for some redemption arc, even though they're both like 20 years old.
Yeah, and I think that you mentioned the proving ground, and that's such a big thing. You look at something like Challenger League, and for 2 consecutive seasons, they have just not managed to scrape through into the playoffs. And with this season, they actually had the same record as Aurora, but on head-to-head and map differential and so on, they just missed out. So there's that kind of heartbreak. But the fact that they're still qualifying for these really big events, they qualified for the RMR, they've qualified for this, they actually qualified for Atlanta as well. But as we know, choices had to be made, so they have opted to continue playing along in IEM, but they did qualify, which is the really big talking point here. So they're a team that are consistently getting really, really good results. And, you know, bring it back to Eternal Fire, spoke about how they were doing really well at the major, but they had a little bit of a downward turn. And even in, you know, Woxic's interview that he had afterwards, he mentioned the vibe has felt really low in the team since then, and they've kind of struggled with that. But he also mentioned that they're looking at fixing a few small mistakes, kind of revamping their playbook a little bit here. So my question to you, Freddie, I know you do a little bit of coaching here and there, so maybe some professional insight here. Do you think that the fact that they're going through these changes is a good opportunity for Bait, or do you think that it's one of those things where Eternal Fire now show up and look more on form than they did previously?
I mean, if you're comparing it to what Eternal Fire were like at the very beginning of the year, then yes, this is a much better opportunity for Bait, because they are on that upward trajectory where they're starting to get the qualifications to LANs. They're starting to, you know, win a lot of these online tournaments, whereas Eternal Fire, like, they're not going, you know, they're not going down. I don't want to sit here and say like Eternal Fire are bad, because like it's been 2 tournaments results that we're judging them on, maybe 3, but I think they're a team that come into this and their expectations to qualify for IEM Rio. They go to the Yala Compass lands, they go to Sky Esports, they go to the Bet Boom Dashers. Their expectations, and as Wox said, is to win them, and that's exactly what I anticipate. But I think for Bait, like, you look at Eternal Fire, like, okay, poor results at Cologne and then all those kind of other lands I've mentioned. This is a perfect opportunity when you're online, you're in your domain. Eternal Fire also at a LAN currently, and they are literally playing today later in that LAN, is the best time where Eternal Fire, a team that doesn't have that same grind recently that Bait do, I think this is a time where you can catch them off guard.
Now, something that we often do in the Challenger League, it's not really a part of our workflow generally for this, but I'm going to ask you anyway, because you tend to have a really good insight into a lot of the players. If I had to ask you for a player to watch today, Freddie, for myself and for the fans, who do you think it would be?
I think it'd be boring to sit here and be like Xantares, because like obviously like it's like, well, duh, like everyone knows. I think, like, honestly, what I'm excited for is does match, because Matcha was like putting insane performance at the start of the year, and you look down and you're like, what decade are we in? Like, where has this come from? Like, we haven't seen this from since 1.6. I mean, like, I think that definitely could be a win potential for Eternal Fire, but especially for Bait, you know, like, let's, you know, take a look at MPL. Like, he calls around himself and it works so well. I think like him and Headtrick in this like pack, like, they just do, they perform so well, and it's be very exciting to have them now matching off against, as I kind of mentioned already, like a tier 1 team. Like, will they be able to play the same way they're playing against Eternal Fire that did against Bet Boom, 3D Max, Monty, you know, like those kind of good tier 2 teams, or like the, you know, 1.5? Can they play like that now against Eternal Fire, and then possibly further down in the qualifier? Like, I think if they win this, they'll be playing against, I'd assume Cloud9, for instance, or even Heroic. Like, those are big teams you're playing. Are they going to be able to perform against them?
That is the big question here. Now, folks, if you are wondering what's going on, we do have some slight tech issues. So we are going to take a very, very short break. And when we return, we'll be jumping into our very first map of the series. So don't go anywhere. All right, welcome back, everyone. Apologies for the delay. Thankfully, it wasn't a terribly long one, but we're going to be jumping straight into our first map here, and it is going to be Mirage Bait's pick. Freddie, what are we expecting here? We didn't get too much time to talk about the maps in particular. Oh, it seems like we may have lost Freddy momentarily. We'll try and get him back as quickly as possible. But here we go. Let's jump straight into our first map. And
Okay, I think I'm back now.
There we go. There we go.
You could
How
hear
strange.
me, but the stream couldn't. How strange. Okay, yeah, Mirage, great for Bait, Eternal Fire. They lost it yesterday against Aurora, and Wox excited that it was because he was ill. Have they reevaluated themselves? Have they regenerated in that day? Yes, this is a great start to the pistol round. Bait, they walk into the Lion's Den, and they do not come out the other side.
A little bit obscene to get a 4K there with the dualies like that, but I mean, I love to see it. I'm a big fan of the dualies. 2 guns are better than 1, as they say. So it's some beautiful work there to kick that off, and of course, without that bomb plant, well, we know what that means. Kind of as to be expected for our first round. In a way, I think that, you know, we didn't really get to go into prediction, but I think we both kind of feel on paper Eternal Fire should be the one that that comes out on top of this one.
They should. But I really want Bait to win. Like, I'd love to see Bait at an IEM Rio. I think that would be massive for them. Like, they're a team where I've watched them so much online, and they are legitimately very good. Like, people shouldn't sleep on them. And I hope that they can show that performance today. Like, you know, they qualified by beating teams like Monty, Sashi, Amcal. Those are some serious oppositions to beat. And it's kind of exactly what I was talking about, right? Of like, they're not playing against like these low random tier 2 teams, but they're playing as the best teams in tier 1.5 and only really being bested by the likes of Sangao, for instance, who, as if you keep up, they have been on a very good form. And I think the only game I've seen recently for Bait that made me very question was their loss to Permitter. But that was one time, and I don't think it was like, you know, that shouldn't be too much of a concern.
Yeah. And that round, of course, to be expected. 1 kill to come through from Bait. Not going to make the biggest difference in the world. A couple of kills with the MP9 though, so very happy to have that little bit of extra bank, especially if they do end up losing this particular round. Bait are going to be quite happy with that extra little bit of cash. But of course, it's a buy up here. They've got a lot of firepower to work with. So those first 2 rounds, pistols can of course create a massive snowball effect. But if Bait can stop it in its tracks here, and it's a good opportunity to turn things back around. We start things with some heavy mid presence, but I love this deep push from Wicadia. Spam through the smoke for 1, but he's instantly traded.
Look how aggressive Woxic is in middle. He does not care whatsoever. But as soon as now they get this man advantage, they realize they're going to back out. There is Alex still remaining in top middle, but Bait, they've lost the early interactions. They've lost out on this map control. And with 1 minute and 15 on the clock, bomb shall be picked up, and they're going to have to try and redirect themselves.
I like the fact that they're taking this time to reset, right? You're not kind of pulling the trigger, getting, you know, a little out of control because you've lost your 2 players so early on, giving yourself a moment to try to restabilize. It is a little unfortunate. They are pushing towards the more heavily stacked site here. They've got very limited utility to work with, so there you go. Without really having anything to work off of, instantly gets that opener there. And it's just going to continue to just fall apart. Alex, last one left alive here to try desperately to cling back and hold it in onto their control. Oh my, that was horrific. A great little HE straight to the face. And he is now faceless.
Hello.
We are not though. Hello, we have faces.
Hello. I
Yeah,
think we're all good.
That's been 3 rounds.
Yeah, that's been 3 rounds. And I think it's a really good first. Going around from Eternal Fire, like they pretty much everything goes exactly to their plan. They have the early default in middle. They do very well at not allowing Bait to have any space whatsoever. And I think Eternal Fire have just conditioned very early on in this first gun round, like, we are not going to give you any respect. We're going to be playing, like, you know, we're going to be playing the Counter-Strike that we can and we're going to play our game, and you're going to have to try counteract that. Right now, missed utility in middle, so Eternal Fire have all the information in the world. They've also got perfect util set up over for B. It's all dropped perfectly. Nades and Molotovs dissect Essential from the rest of his team, so he jumps out by himself, and these Tech 9s, they are walking once again into that aforementioned meat grinder, and again, they will not be able to come through.
This is such a great trap setup as well. Like, you don't really expect too much to come out of this round. You really do expect it to kind of go this way. But still, Eternal Fire playing that very smart, really trying to bait them out a little bit, throwing out a little bit of that util. A beautiful crossfire, not one of those exact kind of like 180 degree exactly across from each other type vibes. You got like a little bit of a kind of 90-degree angle going on. So it's really difficult to try to counter that. And of course, you got the MP9 close up for that, close range burst, but then you've got the rifle a little bit further back to clean up where necessary. They play off of each other perfectly, and I mean the pistols just get absolutely outgunned. Exactly what you expect to happen here. Not great of a start for Bait, however, taking a timeout here. It's a good time to do so. You've got a few of them, and you know what? You have them, you get them for free, use them when you can. We're back onto a gun round now, and this is where we need to start seeing some of those adaptations.
I think this actually is a really good time to take a tactical pause. Like, it's only been 4 rounds, but, pistol, who cares? Anti-eco, who cares? But it's just the fact that, like, your first gun round and your force bite have had no traction whatsoever. Like, we've yet to see Bait come alive on the server. This now has to be their time. Double or Maja, is that real? Is Maja solo B with an orb? I love it. And in the meantime, Woxic actually doing a very similar play to what we saw from Wicadia, that he's jumping into short, this orb, looking to get aggressive, looking to get feisty, does claim a frag, but it does come at the cost of Santara as Maja, the IGL, double AWPing. Sure, you know what? They would never have expected him to be in apartments when the other AWP is also on shorts.
Yeah, but unfortunately, I mean, all that work that gets done is traded out very quickly here. Both AWPs still on the board, but should this bomb get planted, AWPs in a retake can be so difficult to get the full value out of. And now Eternal Fire, with only 3 players left, have to massively fan out. They have fairly limited info and fairly limited control here. They should be aware that A is relatively free and clear, but with Calyx having been so pushed up, there is always a possibility that there's someone hiding out in Palace, and Bait are playing this really well. Wait for that information starve, wait for them to get a little bit paranoid, and now they can start pushing back towards a relatively free B site. But if they take too long, there you go. Maja, he's clocked it. He's aware there's every possibility that they could decide to reaggress to B.
This round pins on Maja hitting at least that first shot with the AWP. Surviving, getting a second, ideal. He's going to be receiving contact momentarily. He's checking between apartments and shorts. He's going to be finding contact in both of those areas. 15 seconds, there it is. Shot nailed. Molotov and Smoke trying to give him as much time as possible, but Headtrick does not care. Finally, a winning situation now for Bait as the bomb gets planted and Calyx and Woxic vying for a retake.
And it's that AWP retake as well. It's not ideal by any measure. This shot, it connects. Beautifully played there to work along the shelves. 2 versus 1. Headtrick just has to buy a little bit of time here. Just hold the line. These last 2 players coming from the exact same direction. He doesn't know that. He only has confirmation on where one of those players is. There's a good chance that he's behind the half wall. And yes, he's caught out. He's taken down. And with kit in hand, it's another round for Eternal Fire.
Which is actually a really good retake from Eternal Fire. I don't hate the fact that Alex was playing that aggressed in market, because it is, that can seriously catch off people who are maybe lackadaisically rotating, trying to come in a little bit too fast. The issue is that is the reason why it's the round over, because Bait, they play the 2 versus 2 super individually, and Eternal Fire, they just played the buddy system. It worked out perfectly, and even though they were consistently losing control of middle in the early game, they're still able to win out in the later stages. Bait back on the rifles though because of the bomb plants.
But absolutely on a knife's edge here in terms of the economy that they still have. So Be a relatively important one for them to come out on top of. Oh, swings just that little bit too early. Woxic, there's no way. 3 consecutive shots. He doesn't get punished. He'll make it a 4th. One more to make it that AWP ace on the A site. They just peek him one by one. And even the flash wasn't enough to deter him. And somehow Asenthal, so much to do here. I think the only realistic option is to save. Try and hold on to this weapon.
I mean, that's kind of like the easiest round for Woxic he's ever going to get. The first flash, I think, was more of a lamp flash. It wasn't something that was going to be blinding a player deep CT. And Woxic, he never gets forced off that angle, and you can't give him that opportunity. He's an AWPer that we know can succeed consistently. Like, that's one of the definitely redeeming factors for Eternal Fire, is just how good Woxic has been while on this squad. And yeah, I mean, I think he said he was a bit ill yesterday at LAN, but today he definitely isn't. Today he's in very good form, in very good spirits. And Bait, this is a very unideal start to their map pick. 6-0 on the T side, or 0-6 on the T side, and they have only a handful of kills between them all.
And this was their map pick. That's, I mean, a lot of people don't read too much into that, and I do understand why. When you're playing at the highest levels, you need to be pretty well practiced on just about every map. But there is something about your map pick that you kind of, you kind of expect it to be at least a little bit more contested. And this has just been a little bit of a wash for the first few rounds, and unfortunately, I mentioned it, knife's edge economically. Now, you've got that one hero AK saved from the previous round. They are going to buy into a Galil to put a little bit more robustness into their firepower. Scant utility, so very little to use here, and they're going to have to do something miraculous, because Eternal Fire just have... There's no signs of breaks here.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued at the double AWP that was bought like first round. I don't know, that was just really, I'm just so interested to see, like, was that like, it was, yeah, sure, it's like 4th round they had double AWPs, and then now they're like, okay, back to the rifles. But like, when you've got 4 AKs and an AWP, you know it's a good CT side. But Bait, they've got a hero AK, or no, sorry, this is the saved AK on Ascenthial. Alex has bought quite a lot with that Galil. So there is a bit of investment in this round. In mid, a lovely pop flash. Xantares, he gets set up perfectly. Wicadia, a lumbered spray, but still connects. And Bait playing a slow default, trying to take mid control late, and they're not even able to converge and take any space.
I just kind of back to what you were saying about that double AWP thing. I feel like there's a element of like high risk, high reward. So you get that out really early. You absolutely decimate their economy early on in the half, and then you make it almost impossible for them to recover. Cool, job's done. We don't need to do that ever again. It's risky, right? I mean, if that could have gone absolutely horrifically, but it works out really well for them. Unfortunately, this round hasn't gone as well for Bait themselves. A head trick now has managed to pick up an AK. They try and get a little bit of damage done here, but not even a single kill to take home at the end of that round. 7 rounds back to back for Eternal Fire. But it's starting to feel like they need a miracle at this point.
It's not looking great, is it? And I think, like, this is your map pick. Eternal Fire, they have never really been that great on Mirage. Their, like, results are honestly not amazing. But right now, they're playing amazing Counter-Strike, and when Xantares gets set up that well, like, what more do you want? You've got Woxic 10-0 while also setting up, and constantly Eternal Fire are not being punished with the plays they're making in middle. You can see that Xantares just he's always jumping towards short, but they're finally over aggression from Eternal Fire. And Bait, 2 opening kills very early on in middle.
Suddenly this looks like a round that they can steal away, finally punishing that aggression from Eternal Fire, finally making them uncomfortable and putting them on the back foot. But if there's anything that we know Eternal Fire can do, it's adapt. So now things slow down a little bit. Bait not willing just yet to overcommit to anything. Bomb slowly making its way over towards that A side, but they've got some very good control in mid, so they should be able to hear if there's any real movement towards the CT spawn, and they'll of course see if anyone starts to push in towards middle, start to take this space down towards the A side. Oh, Woxic, no ways! Oh, you had a 2-person lead and you've let it slip away. Calyx able to get 2 without being punished at all, and now we'll get traded out. 2 versus 2, and the site is relatively open. This flank could be everything.
Woxic, I like how he just stays alive. He doesn't over-aggress. He doesn't try to go for any more frags. He understands this. IGL is coming in from ramp, but NPL doing God's work in this 2 versus 3, actually putting it back in favor for the Ukrainian side. Imagine now, coming from ramp. I don't think they know, but he's made noise. He's made a step. They hear him, but he still succeeds on that first frag. No idea where Ascenthiel is, and he's running out of time. He thinks jungle's probably clear because I've already killed one player there. Maybe anticipating someone top connector, but finally, Bait get around on the board.
And that was off the back of a really good adaptation from them. And the thing is, there's been a lot of aggression from Eternal Fire in mid, and there's been attempts from Bait to shut that down, but they're very consistently on the back end somehow. They just have been kind of overrun so consistently. It's the first time that they've managed to get that advantage in their hands, and I like that they kind of slowed things down a bit as well. Again, you don't get overexcited, you don't start making silly mistakes and trying to press your advantage when you haven't really confirmed it. They slow down, they make sure that they have the space available, and despite losing a couple of players, they're still able to work off of it. Now again, that aggression gets punished, but Wakadia, he's ready for it. Instant trade back for 2, and it's Calyx on site for 2 of his own. It was nearly 3, but Zentaris will steal the last. And, that's heartbreak for Bait.
They can't find any consistency, and it feels like in middle, Eternal Fire are really being caught off guard when Bait do actually get aggressive. And there is, like, I don't know how Woxic doesn't realize he can be seen from short, but just individual brilliance. Like, Wakadia, Calyx, like, they are on form right now. They are shooting very hard, and Bait aren't really able to contest it right now. This is a downward spiral where, even though they did win a round, they keep one player alive, so they have no money, no ability to reinvest. But Headtrick's Hero AK could have something to say about it.
It had something to say, but unfortunately Eternal Fire very quickly bring that back under their control. AK's still in hand here, so there's still a chance for Hedrick to keep this close, keep it costly. I say costly. What is money at this point? But if they can keep this a bit tighter, try to salvage this round. To salvage it on an eco would be phenomenal. But again, they kind of slow down a bit. And while I do love the slow play, it starts to become a little bit telegraphed. Now Eternal Fire are going to know, okay, they're probably still kind of chilling out towards mid. There you go. Ascenthiel getting spotted out very early on. He will get the kill onto Woxic. And this round is getting a lot closer than anticipated.
Calyx forced to reposition as well momentarily. I think he'd already been spotted out in CT. Xantares, the talisman hit, the linchpin. He's being baited in, but Hedrick acutely aware of him. Oh, the timing. No way. Hedrick turns around at the worst time. Grenade does great damage, and this bait and switch so dastardly as Eternal Fire. Sure, it does get a little bit more expensive than they maybe anticipated, but 9-1 is looking pretty decent for them.
I've loved the way that Eternal Fire have played a lot of these like defensive setups when you set up these like triangles, set up these like off angle, cross angle type vibes, right? So what was happening there on the site, the fact that you've got 3 people, 3 different corners calling out information. As soon as the first player gets taken down, you've got the nade to come out perfectly positioned because they have that information. And then it's just that little bit of cleanup. They're playing this so clinically, and Bait, as much as every now and then they'll find a chink in that armor to try and aggress into, they just have not been able to find anything really meaningful. Now the double AWP comes out once again, but Woxic, little too aggressive in that one. We'll see if the 2 AWPs can... No, because that was one of the AWPs. Ooh, that's rough.
Madge has been given back the AWP now. Wakadia had the early peak on short, but a very early opening kill for Bait, and we've seen them gone for a passive default like this before, and they didn't find any success. This time, though, it's looking a lot better. Good grenade in underpass. And Xantares, does he really get both hit? No. Massive frag from Headtrick. Stems the bleeding. Keeps the advantage in favor of Bait. And now, after mid-control has successfully been taken, the T-side will go and reset themselves towards this A bomb site where Calix, he's had a few multi-kills already. Same with Wicadia. They need to stand strong.
There's so little left in this half. I mean, at the very least, Bait need these next 2 rounds. They're poised here to at least get one of them. But Calix has been an absolute monster here on this A site. Has really done so well to hold it down and anchor it in position. Now as Bait start to move in without a sound made. Calix caught looking in the wrong position and a center will immediately take him out. But he does get traded. However, not going to be enough to stop that bomb from going down. 3 versus 2. Bait in a really solid position here to maintain that control. The last 2 players from Eternal Fire, they're so split up. They either need to regroup or they need to push.
I think they're just going to try save. Like, the money is fine. I think they probably could reinvest next round, but they're realizing there's actually just, like, we're not going to win, right? You know, there was a deep smoke in CT. Madja couldn't really make any progression. And for Bait there, that was literally, like, the most perfect play they could have made in that scenario. Eternal Fire were very actively not playing in positions that could counteract a contact play, and I'm not gonna lie, I don't think I've ever really seen in like a 4 versus 3 but the whole T side are able to walk up to default without making a single noise or without being spotted. And you know, Calix was very evidently completely caught off guard. And for Eternal Fire, look, they're getting a deep apps control every round. Magic is always there, but a lot of times they're not doing anything to react with that space.
I think, despite the fact that they have managed to lose 2 rounds, I'm not too worried just yet. They've looked very strong. Oh yeah, very happy with how this has been going. 2 AWPs once again. Woxic this time not going for the cheeky aggressive play. And look how Bait are holding. They realize that aggression is the name of the game. Calix this time not going to get caught off guard by a contact play. Madja with a beautiful shot literally on the other side of the map. And Bait are getting picked apart at the seams. The last 3 players here have to make moves. But Woxic will take out one more. Both extremities just not getting any results. And the last 2 have to make a push up through mid against 4 players from Eternal Fire.
And there's 3 towards A. Woxic just not missing anything. This AWP so dynamic, constantly moving, and the bomb dropped. Captain Kirkup, 1 versus 4, double digits most certainly shall be claimed, and Eternal Fire looking flawless on their opponent's map pick. Mirage, they are relaxing, they're reclining, and we're
this year. Oh, my head.
Alrighty, well, a 10-2 in favor of Eternal Fire on Bates map pick. You know, we said we thought on paper that they were going to come out on top of this one, but it's been a little more one-sided than we'd anticipated, Freddy. Let's see, maybe Bait can bring it back here in the second half.
I really hope they do. This has been a very disappointing performance from Bait so far. This pistol round, unfortunately, because of how the first half went and the scoreline that we sit at, if Bait don't win this round, like, that could be Mirage over and we could be going to Dust 2, which is a very, very scary factor when you're up against Eternal Fire. It's a good opening kill. Magic trying to fake towards B, but now here comes the smokes towards A. One player still in middle, Calyx. Sorry, Wicadia that is actually. Gets the opening kill and now everyone for Bait is on A. They need to hold this, but Santara is doing what we know he does best, one-tapping people out of existence. And Essential, 20 HP after the first altercation in apartments. This is it. This is pretty much game over.
That's heartbreaking, man. Alex gets the first kill of the round as well, and it's starting to look like, all right, player advantage. We can make something happen here. But Eternal Fire, they've played this map so well. They've played off of each other perfectly round after round. And even that pop in through main and through Palace, they play off of one another so perfectly. Essential, so little that could be done there. And unfortunately, that's going to bring Eternal Fire up to 11. And you got to think to yourself, that's 12 on the horizon after winning that round. And then map point. How does Bait bring this back?
This is kind of what some of the best I've seen Eternal Fire play on Mirage in a long time. And I was, I guess, shaping up the conversation of, like, you've got Eternal Fire looking to return back to that, like, kind of top 10 HTV, and you've got Bait challenging, as one might add. And so far, the challenges are looking very weak, and it's looking futile. Magic holding for the underpass push. Good for the first, and there's apartments aggression from Bait. It's going to be great. They're going to get a 2-for-2 trade, but it's all the information now. Eternal Fire, no. There's maximum one player towards the A-bomb site. NPL, the leader, is a spot of bother.
Oh, MP9 overrun. And the last two players, they were the ones that came in with pistols. Managed to recover one of those guns. They're going to have to make a miracle happen, and it's not the first time that I've said this for Bait, but that miracle just never, ever comes. And now Alex, he had that first kill of the round, and he realizes now not too much more to be done in this round. Has to hold on to that weapon and pray once more for that miracle to come in our last round of this map, potentially.
The thing is like, I don't even hate what Bait did that round. Like, I think what they did is completely fine. Like, you go for this kind of gimmicky play where you send 2 underpass, 2 in apartments, but Eternal Fire, the unfortunate thing was that they had that default where I think they wanted to go, it was 1-2-2, so they had 2 players in apartments, and then the rest of the team were able to react quickly off the information that they were given in apartments and go, oh yeah, let's just go A fast now. And they were in a perfect place to do that. They react nicely, and now map points. This is our opening game for IEM Rio closed qualifier. The event will be occurring in about a month and a half, and Eternal Fire, a favorite to make it through. They are showing us why currently.
Oh, I mean, they've had such good performances against some really solid teams pretty recently this year, so to see them kind of maintaining that form, getting back to kind of what we expected, it's great to see.
Sure, yeah.
It's always great to see those like tier 2 demons, titans performing well at the upper echelons of CS, so hopefully we get to see that continue along its streak.
Well, that's what I wanted to
But they're
Bait.
going to get through this round.
That's what I wanted to Bait. Yeah, like, you know, Bait have done everything to get themselves. Like, they've done everything right. Like, you know, their roadmap is littered with victories in these online tournaments against those better tier 1.5 teams. But right now, can they even scramble one round? Oh, he shot.
Very little. Oh, no. absolute heartbreak there. Instantly, Captain Kutka taken offline. Now the last few bait players have to somehow salvage this round. Already Eternal Fire have overrun the site. Bombs getting planted, and the regress in is going to be difficult.
An Eternal Fire just dumping utility in CT. 4 players attempting to retake. There's the information. I think 3 just got spotted. It does come at the cost of Acadia's life, though. Xantares taking the first contact. Head ripped apart. And he's done enough damage. There's no kit. Well, there is a kit actually on Head Trick, but the time is ticking down. Calyx, 5 HP. Check in that. Yep. Don't think anyone's on the bomb, guys. And Bait. This is a losing. Domination is the only word to describe this for Eternal Fire. 13-2 on their opponent's map pick. Wow. Wow.
Yes, I too am speechless, Freddie. We were definitely expecting a lot more fight out of Bait. I mean, I know I came into this, we were both saying like, yeah, Eternal Fire on paper, they've been looking good, we expect them, but we really thought Bait were going to have a much better performance here than what we saw. At least close, even if they didn't win it out. And this has just been an absolute blowout. But it has just been map 1. And I know that it was their map pick. But some teams take a map to warm up. Do you think that there's a world where we see them kind of make a comeback on our second map later?
Oh, like, I really hope. I really, really legitimately just want Bait to be doing so much better than what they were on that. Because even that last round, like, you had quite a nice setup. You had a lot of players fast in rotation. And fundamentally, the setup breaks, which was perfectly placed to counter exactly what Eternal Fire were doing. But Dust 2, sure, it's a good map for Bait. You know, we can't discount that. But Dust 2 is a map that I've always seen Eternal Fire perform at a very high level on.
Well, we'll deep dive into that a little bit more in a bit. For now, folks, we're going to take a short break, and when we return, it's Dust 2. a disappointing There we go. We had a wrong button there, but we're in. A bit of a disappointing result for Bait if you're a fan, if you're one of the players. It happens, unfortunately, but this is kind of a do or die scenario for them. They need to bounce back a little bit. We are heading over onto Eternal Fire's map pick. It's going to be Dust 2. What are we expecting to see here, Freddie?
Well, bounce back, not even a little bit, hard. Like they need to just, whatever was happening on Mirage, just don't do that. Just completely not that. And I think what terrifies me is that Mirage in this Veto, you're kind of like, oh yeah, I could see Bait winning that, and then Eternal Fire win Dust 2, and then we go to a third map. And I think that was like, you could actually see that. There was a very logical progression. But when Woxic and kind of everybody on the server is hitting all of their shots and getting super aggressive and just kind of playing their own game, and Bait have no even ounce of resistance, Dust 2 becomes a very, very scary thought process.
And I think what's even more devastating is you could see Bait really trying, like they could see what Eternal Fire were doing. Okay, they take very heavy mid presence. They take very aggressive deep pushes to try and get us uncomfortable. Let's play back a little bit. Let's try and catch them off guard. And even when they try to do that, more often than not, they end up on the losing side. Yeah, they had a couple of rounds, literally a couple, where they were able to get the upper hand and punish that aggression, but most of the time, the aggression just continued unobstructed. And that's going to be a huge issue. We move over onto Dust 2 now. And again, I mean, this is a very, well understood map by all of our teams. It's a map that teams should be relatively comfortable on, but it is Eternal Fire's map pick. And you were saying, just a little bit earlier on, this is one that Eternal Fire look incredibly comfortable on.
I think it's a map that they've always, like, kind of these players, even years ago, like, this was always a good map for them. We usually need to see more from Hedrick, MPL, like no one on Bait. I think it's like the highest kills was like 7 or 6. Like that is in itself unacceptable. But forget about Mirage. That never happened if you're a Bait fan. We go to Dust 2, Eternal Fire. They're on the T side. They want to try and, I would have thought, go B. But now they've got 4 players in middle with doors smoked off. And Bait, 2 players towards A, 2 towards middle, 1 towards B. They're in a really nice setup to react either towards A or mid.
Okay, a little bit of a smoke there. Oh man, doesn't quite bloom in the way that they would have wanted. And instantly it's 2 kills to come through for Bait, but they get traded back. Eternal Fire overrun mid so easily with so little resistance. They're already in on the B side. The bomb's going to get planted. There is a lurk in position here from Woxic. Oh, timing. The shots aren't connecting. Okay, Alex, we love to see that. But now 2v2 retake on the board.
And there's a kit as well. This is so winnable. Santaros will hit the first contact on doors. He falls. Calyx equally can't connect the headshot. And if you're Woxic, you're sitting there with your head in your hands, understanding that that is completely your fault.
Yeah, unfortunate one there. Losing mid so quickly, especially when you knew that was kind of where that push was coming in from. The smoke doesn't quite cover as much as you would have liked. There's that slight gap on top of the box to be able to fire those shots through, get that first pick, amazing. But instantly, the return fire is so good. Bait, it got so close to them completely losing that round and having it slip through their fingers, but a nice little recovery from them, playing off of each other quite well here. And now we see them go for a very, very aggressive push here, kind of cosplaying Eternal Fire on our previous map a little bit. Good God, NPL, that spray should be illegal.
Okay, this is starting to look a lot better. Eternal Fire, they had invested in. They got the bomb down, they had the money to go for it, but they try to set up for some long aggression, and Bait are in the perfect place at the perfect time. No resistance in middle. They push up, and they have not even taken a lick of damage. It's flawless so far. And Woxic and Wicadia, I can't see them winning this round. Best case scenario for them right now would be to potentially get the bomb down. And Wicadia doesn't realize, but he actually has an open A bomb site. With a minute left on the clock, though. Maybe gets a few more frags, but the bomb, unfortunately, I can't see being planted now.
Nah. Especially because after he gets that first kill, instantly rotations start to come through. Eternal Fire, or rather Bait, realize that the site is completely open, so they move to reinforce. Wicadia getting another kill here is, you know, decent. You'll be happy to do a little bit of damage. A third would be phenomenal. But I suppose there is still a world here. Get this first kill. There you go. Nope. Instantly traded. I saw the vision. But 3 kills, not terrible for the second round.
Well, okay, it's not terrible, but that round, you know, it was just a non-starter. It's nice that Wicadia does get a bit of damage, but overall, Beta can be very happy with their performance there. Great mid aggression. A little bit surprised they did leave, I think it was Headtrick on the A-bomb site, like completely by himself. Kind of surprised me that they didn't maybe rotate over a little bit more towards that part of the map, but aggression unrelenting, and it's in the perfect place at the perfect time again. NPL, Alex, just making a mockery out of Eternal Fire, but it is against an eco. So who, like, you know, it's great reads.
Yeah.
Very good from Bait early doors. This is literally way better. They've got more rounds already than they did on Mirage. Can they keep it up against the rifles?
Yeah, that snowball effect can really be so oppressive. I mean, it's exactly what we saw in our previous map. So for Bait, if they can keep control of this, and the fact that so many of those rounds have gone, if not flawless, damn near close to flawless, it means that they're really building up that cash for themselves, really giving themselves a little bit of wiggle room here. So it's a great turnaround, as you said, from that previous map, and hopefully they can kind of keep that momentum going. And now, I mean, we're even seeing some change-ups, right? The last couple of rounds, you see that aggression because they know that they are on far superior weaponry. This time around, they're not playing aggressive. In Eternal Fire, they're like, oh, they're probably going to play aggressive here. So they play really far back, waiting to see, you know, does this happen? And it does burn a little bit of time off the clock, so that conditioning can really make such a big difference. However, once the execute comes through, it's down to how to Bait respond. They don't have that crazy map control that they've had previously, so the rotations have to be very snappy.
Headtrick, though, in the right place at the right time. This AWP could do a lot of damage if these flashbangs aren't chained effectively. For this progression up short, if they even choose to go for it, he's going to be owning them. This is a really nice setup for Bait. Like, they are in the perfect spots. Eternal Fire, they've used a lot of utility, but now they can be diverting themselves away from that AWP. Going to be going towards this B-bomb site. NPL will be putting a bit of pressure in from CT. He's just flashing himself straight through smoke. Nope, he goes back, but Alex claims the first frag. Essential here to hold down the B-bomb site. And so far, it's looking pretty good for them. Wicadia does open up, though. Backstabbed. And the bomb, it's made its way through. Woxic, we've seen him here before. We've seen him on the pistol round in this exact same position. This time with the AWP, hits the first and gets away. Bait's now terrified of that possibility.
And retaking in onto the site can be so difficult. Eternal Fire learned from their mistakes previously. They don't want to allow the same thing to slip away from them. Better positions and better spray, well, not spray control, better oppressive fire, so to speak. A great turnaround here from Eternal Fire, and it's a beautiful round to get themselves onto the board at last. A good adaptation. Loved how they changed their positioning on the site when they were going into that post plant. Bait had no recourse.
I mean, that round for me was just like Wicadia. Like, if he hadn't got those double entries, I'm not sure if they would have been able to maybe succeed in the way they did. But yeah, really nice post plants, really nice movement from Woxic after the bomb had gone down. And then obviously for Magia to finally be getting on the board. But Bait, from my perspective, they kind of did everything right that round. So they had long, they had a nice setup on B, they got the first 2 opening kills, and still wasn't enough. However, Baits still have the funds to go for a buy. Long, this time, has been claimed by Eternal Fire. So Bait playing a little bit more towards the sites with 3 players in and around short. Headtrick with the AWP, yet to find much success. This could be his opportunity. Oh no.
Are they rotating away? Oh, that's heartbreaking. And now Captain Kutka. Oh, Headtrick was coming to reinforce, but unfortunately gets caught out. Now Captain Kutka on the side, pushing for it. Runs straight into Xantaris' bullets. Not too much more can be done there. 3 players left alive here for Bait.
Round, yeah.
I mean, there's no way. I don't think they push this. Surely not. I think at this point you just kind of, yep, pull back, hold on to the little bit of weaponry that you do have. Okay, MP9 going for a little bit of cash farm there. I respect it.
I was gonna say, yeah, also gets the AK. But like that's such a simple round for Eternal Fire. Like they literally just take long and walk up long, taking no contact and allowing Xantares to get all the way to Goose. And it's because Hedrick was going back and forth between middle and holding shorts. He was wanting to take that full control, which he did do with, I think it was Alex and Ascenthial. Like, you know, they did take that map control. But then the issue was they did it at a point where Eternal Fire was starting to scale up long. So Xantares kind of gets away with murder there. But Bait, they do at least save the AK and the AWP. I'm not sure if they'll be able to buy around it though, because they do have a purchase in the next.
Yeah, I mean, this was also really cool from Eternal Fire. So Bait, after that previous round, they don't want to be caught out too aggressive down A long, particularly if they have to rotate over towards B. So they hold further back, but because they have no real information, it ends up kind of biting them in the backside. And now we're actually seeing a similar play from them. Okay, fair enough, it is pistols. You want to be a little bit more deathballing. You want to be able to play off of each other a little bit better. And of course, you want to be able to maybe bait for your AWP a little bit if necessary. That's going to make things a bit spicy here, particularly because where they have set up, this is where Eternal Fire are posturing. There is a world here where we could at least see Bait do some solid damage to their econ. But unfortunately, that first dink is not going to be enough to make it happen.
And this Molotov, if just put on short, basically removes the only two issues we have, which would have been the AK and the AWP. But look, like if Alex is able to get a multi-frag and maybe the USP gets some damage, but no, Molotov, as I mentioned, in the perfect place. Alex tries to get a bit aggressive. They also know where the AWP is. They know he is towards short, and they're not going to allow him any further damage. NPL now also alive, and around that shore. Wasn't supposed to be that dangerous, but didn't do anything.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, Bait were looking really good for the start here. I love the way that they were playing those first few rounds, but Eternal Fire, they get some guns in their hands. And they're just right back on the same form that we saw previously, just overrunning round after round here. And Bait, to their credit, they are trying to be dynamic. They are trying to respond to what Eternal Fire are doing. Now we see like this crazy aggression down long. They, you know, they want to try and stop that in its tracks, and Eternal Fire are like, nope. This time we're not going long, suckers. A really strong default here, pushing out to the extremities, trying to get an early pick off. That's great from Alex, though. That could be the opener that Bait needs.
Yeah, that's really... I like the reaction from Xantares. Like, you identify that there is a lot more presence towards long than there normally is. So you're assuming that there is a bit of a gap, maybe, or a chink in the armor. And look, there was. Like, Alex was kind of rotating in as that contact was taken, but he's had a great game so far, Alex. He's 10-3. I think he's already exceeded... Yeah, no one got double digits for Bait in the first map. So he's already doing a lot better now. If he can continue, it could be a winning formula for the Ukrainian side. But Eternal Fire, even though they have got a man disadvantage, they're going to be going towards the A-bomb site. They faked out these short smokes before. This time, they're actually going to commit off it. Hedrick, this nade is going to do so much damage, but he's in a lot of trouble, literally by himself. There will be Alex rotating in. However, sorry, Captain Kirker from long. But wait, Hedrick, did he have it on burst? Wait, what? But he still gets the first frag. His long player removed. And Hedrick just surviving. But Eternal Fire go, actually, we don't want to try and fight that. Issue is, they're getting crunched from shore, and Calix will not be able to survive against the masses.
Such a great round from Bait there. I love that. I love that you get that early pickoff in towards mid. You're already starting those rotations to reinforce that A site. And once Eternal actually get in onto the site, you're already there. You're already waiting. Those shots connecting beautifully. And you make it out the other side with a fair number of players still alive. So your reinvest into this round isn't nearly as terrifying as it could have been. Unfortunately, opening AWP shot does not quite connect. And Eternal Fire again going for a very aggressive long push here. It has been kind of read into, but despite that, the first kill will come through from Wikidia. He will get traded out, but that's going to force NPL to have to back the hell out of there, give up a little bit of that space, because they cannot afford to lose another player here on their defense.
They are playing this mid round very nice though. Look, there was that commotion in long, and they just go, okay, let's go towards middle. Let's take all of that space, and it's giving us so much information, and they might actually be pushing in behind. They were super fast in pushing short on the post plant last round, and this round, I think if NPL and Alex decide to go long, like they could completely catch Eternal Fire off guard. But for Headtrick, kind of been saying a few rounds, like this AWP has been in positions to succeed, but hasn't quite nailed these shots. And then now, it's going to be a hard one onto Xantares. His head should be revealed soon. Oh, he misses the opportunity, but there, on the second time of asking, equally does miss. Now, a Molo on short, Ascenthiel jumping into the smoke on short. I think, did he not get seen? But no, he's playing a super aggressive position, where if the bomb gets down, Ascenthiel could capitalize upon his cover, and he will. Now, advantage for Bait, and MPL will be able to initiate his contact from long. Woktik is holding for him. Not anymore. NPL's made his way out, and Bait, they are making the Turks very uncomfortable.
And yet somehow Eternal Fire have continued to keep it traded, but no, both of them, oh man, just caught sleeping at the wheel. That's a great recovery once again for Bait. All right, they lose a few rounds, but they start to pull things back in their favor. And what I love about it is that they're doing a lot of playing kind of either unconventional or just kind of unexpected positions, right? A couple rounds back, you had, I believe it was... who was it in mid that got that first kill onto Xantares? I can't remember exactly who it was.
I think it was NPL.
Yeah. So you get that first kill there because there was such high presence towards A, so that's
it was Alex, sorry, yeah.
There you go, Alex. And then Ascenthiel in the smoke as well. You're not expecting him to be playing in the smoke, so he gets that double kill. So that's really what needs to come here. Bait just constantly playing unexpected and keeping Eternal Fire on the back foot.
This is a great round though. Fast up short. Eternal Fire have heaps of space, and Xantares, these entries, they have been coming in thick and fast. There's another one. They still have control of short, and they will also just be mowing down these rotations. They try and enter into the battle. Headtrick in an awful position with this AWP, but Captain Kirk from long? Wait, what? He gets 3 frags, and now all of a sudden, Bait making this 2 versus 5 look very plausible. Calyx and Xantares with 28 HP combined, but Calyx comes in a very late flank. Headtrick, though, can just defuse a bomb. That's exactly what he's going to do. Xantares jumping up, Cookley style, saves the day.
That was brave. That was brave. I saw the vision. I think a lot of what goes wrong in that round is there's so much of that early chip damage. There's early chip damage through the double doors. There's early chip damage onto Xantares, even though he gets that first frag. So when Captain Kutka is working his way up long, the spray down gets so much value because you just have to get those last little vestiges of HP taken away. Sure, you got a couple of players there with more HP, but the fact that there's so many that are low, it's so much easier to capitalize off of. Unfortunately, you know, down to 1 player versus 2, probably unaware that the last 2 players are so low HP and that he can maybe take those fights, and instead tries to go for the ninja, caught out by a flying shot. I do love those flying shots. And so unfortunately that kind of gets stopped in its tracks, but it felt like that would have been a great round for Bait to come out on top of. Eternal Fire just showing so much of that tenacity again. Yeah,
I mean, a very fast playoff spawn, and I think that could be a read as well, that they are playing very heavily towards long in these last few, just because Eternal Fire were succeeding at the very beginning of the half over towards long. And now's it's a great example again of like long, they have put loads of pressure once more. And Alex by himself. Wait, what? They don't get through the smoke. This would have, like, if they had just committed, that would have been round over. Because there was no one else even remotely near. But now, with this reset, Bait on the pistols could actually make this round work. Alex, how has he got a double? But then how has Captain Kirker equally got two coming from short? Ascenthial almost spammed through the wall. It's pandemonium right now on Dust 2. And this is looking a lot more exciting than Mirage.
That was crazy, especially because that first pistol shot comes through the smoke to get the kill. And Eternal Fire just don't spray it? I suppose you don't know. There's a smoke there. Maybe there's like 4 people on the other side of it, and they're all about to just run out with like Tech 9s or something crazy and mow you all down. But, I mean, that would have been a relatively free sight. They back out, and then you've got these kills coming through in mid, and it's starting to look like Eternal Fire are, like, very easily and very quickly regaining that control. But then Captain Kurtka with the double, like, he's been so good at bringing those numbers back to a more doable, a more even kilter. Now down to 2 versus 2 here. And Eternal Fire still have every advantage in the world, but look how cautiously they're playing this. They don't want to be caught unawares. They don't want to be, you know, taken by surprise. Instead, what they found now is a completely free site. Bomb is going to get planted. Bait were making their way over towards the A site. They didn't realize that it was going to be the re-aggress in towards B once more. But they also went to go pick up guns. So now we have 2 M4s in hand. Can they make magic happen?
No kit is my one concern, and also Ascenthial on such low HP. He's going to drop one smoke, a progression smoke out of the door. Also forces the 1v1, but Madja, oh, okay. What decade are we in? Madja, that was a ridiculous final shot, and Eternal Fire, well, the 2 versus 2 couldn't have been done with any more flair.
And that's not even the first time that Magic gets, like, the last 2 kills on a B post plant from a very, like, similar position. He's been an absolute rock star. Similar to what we were saying about Calyx on Mirage on the A side, right? Like, you're getting this... And they're not even on the CT side. He's just playing a really good post plant anchor. Fantastic stuff from him. Not allowing that to come through at all. Oh, the nade stack. Oh my god, Woxic manages to escape just in time. A very, very low on the HP there. Bait have to take full advantage of this now. With only 2 rounds left in this half and it's full pistols, we want to see a little bit of damage here. Keep this half as close as possible.
To be fair, it's already been a very good half for Bait, just on the basis that, like, Dust 2 is quite a T-sided map. So you've got Eternal Fire maybe struggling to get the advantage, but 7-5 will be fine. Like, just... I think 6-6 is going to be a very, like, well-played half for Bait. Still going to be happy with 5-7, but Eternal Fire need to be searching for this final round. Everyone on the server has a rifle. Unfortunately, though, big of lack utility on some of the Bait players and no AWP out for Hedrick, even though it hasn't been that big of a success. And Bait, very aggressive towards B. Madja, caught off guard. NPL takes all of this control, and so Eternal Fire speed up towards the A-bomb site.
Absolutely the right call here, but we do have Alex holding the line and waiting for them to cross over, and we have seen what happens when Eternal Fire doesn't adequately clear things out. So there you go, beautiful shot from Hedrick, and it is a headshot as well. Captain Kurtka to follow it up with one of his own, despite the fact that the A site was so scant, the rotation was so quick to come into play. Calyx on site now with bomb, but he has to wait for a safe moment. Gonna go for the plant. Woxic trying to hold for anything coming from under. They don't realize that there's now also a flank coming from the other side. No, Woxic is on top of it. Spidey senses tingling. Ooh. Misses the shot. He needed to, at the very least, connect with that one. Now Calyx somehow has to hold on to this site. 1 versus 4. They're going to swing him, and they're going to shut him down. It's another beautiful retake here from Bait. They will get that defuse to come through, and that's going to be us going into a quick break before the second half.
a much more exciting and back and forth half. Mirage, if you were here, it was 10-2. Eternal Fire, you know, they swept Bates. On Bates map pick, but now on Dust 2, the Ukrainians are having a little bit of a bite back. Eternal Fire not able just to walk away with this series. And the third map, still very much on the cards. But let's take a look at this second half pistol round first.
Yeah, we saw some much better adaptations from Bates. I was saying it a little bit earlier. They tried to make adaptations on Mirage, but they were just consistently kind of shut down. This time around, however, they were actually managing to get the results that they wanted, and they've kept it very, very even. Now we move over onto their T side. They've got a strong chance here to kind of walk away with their opponent's map pick. But now, seeing a little bit of that aggression in towards mid. The first shot will connect. NPL is an absolute demon, but he's only good for 2. Wakadia with the dualies. We've seen what he can do with this gun before, and it's another 3k in his back pocket, but it's not quite enough. Calyx now has to 1v2. There's a little bit of damage that has been done onto these two players. They're going to peek 1-for-1. The first one's going to go Calyx's way. One last one to confirm the round. Calyx is a demon. A beautiful clutch, and that will give Eternal Fire the pistol.
What a crazy round. NPL, a lovely double opener, right? Like, Eternal Fire had a setup perfectly in place to counter exactly what Bait did. But NPL goes, yeah, I don't care. I'm just going to get the first 2 opening kills. Wakadia saves a day. I didn't think it was going to be enough, though. I was like, look, it's still a 1 versus 2. You know, like, Bait had done very well at dismantling this setup. However, Calyx saves it. And on Mirage, we were complementing his ability to get multi-frags while anchoring down the A site. And now on Dust 2, he shows what's good. Clutches up a 1 versus 2 and Eternal Fire. They're not going to be up against a full eco. There is a scout on NPL, but apart from that, it's just full Glocks. So it's going to be smooth sailing, you'd assume so, in round 14.
A couple of nice kills from NPL gives him that little bit of extra cash. So investing into this means there's still that like little bit that he has available for the next round. It is risky either way. We'll see if it does pay off. And it's going to be going up against Woxic Scout as well. I like how Eternal Fire have taken a lot of space on the extremities. It's left mid relatively clear, but luckily for Eternal Fire, Bait opting not to push that way. Instead, it's going to be a bit of a death ball over towards B, which Eternal Fire have very cleverly opted to reinforce. Despite that head trick, a great opener there, and despite Wakadia knowing what was coming, he's only good for 1, instantly overrun, and Plant will go down.
2 rifles as well can be picked up, and it wasn't even the scout, it was the pistols that made it work. However, job's not done. Bait, can they play this post-plant? Only 1 rifle has been picked up, it appears. Captain Kirker might need to go huge here because everyone around him's dying. And Nade does a lot of damage to him. And Xantares, not even for the first time in this map, leaping through the air. Okay, mitigates any of that danger and got scary for a second. But overall, it's going to be a nice retake for Eternal Fire.
I mean it when I say that flying shots with like MP9s, Tech 9s.
Oh yeah, you can get away with it.
It's just my favorite thing to watch. It's poetry, you know? It's so entertaining. And of course, Eternal Fire are going to be feeling fantastic after that round. Yes, a little bit more pricey than they would have wanted, but they win the round. And that is the most important part of this. They're only losing 2 players. Not a massive deal here. For Bait, on the other hand, NPL, I said, right, it was a little bit risky to pull out that scout. Now there's a bit of limitation in terms of the utility, but at the very least, you've got those guns, you've got the armor, so you've got a lot to work with here. Now it's about how do they approach this round. First round was a pistol, second round was like a bit of a weird force, but mostly an eco. Now that they've got guns in their hands, we've got a little bit more of a spread. Some nice aggression taken up towards mid. They've realized that mid is relatively open, so they're looking for that early control.
Woxic out on the AWP very early on. Makes me a little bit scared for Bait. I think he's going to have loads of impact and a lot more than Hedrick was, for example. But no messing around. They're going to be going straight for this mid to B. Xantares gets 2 kills through the B doors. Wicadia holding hands with his opposition in the smoke. They're passing through each other like ships in the night. But Bait, they know he's still here. They're searching for him. And Essential has the perfect read. Now Woxic in a 1 versus 3. He has found the first and knows exactly where both players are. He also has the bomb. Oh, this is looking dangerous. Swaps over to the AK. Essential so tantalizingly low. And Woxic, he's played this perfectly for the clutch.
That is unreal to me. The fact that Bait should have won that round. They smoke off mid perfectly. They take that control. They realize that it's a weakness in Eternal Fire's setup. They push through. Xantares just sprays through the smoke. And look, a lot of that is off the back of, again, I cannot recall exactly who it was, but there's one player playing the doors towards the B site, spots that they're pushing. That's the trigger for Xantares to just spray through. The fact that he gets 2 is outrageous. But still, Bait have the control. They take that. They move in towards the site. And they just peek Woxic 1 by 1. And you cannot do that to a player like him. He wins that 1v3 clutch. And it is devastation for Bait. Because again, back down onto pistols. 1 Galil for that little bit of extra punch. But it's starting to feel like Mirage. It's starting to feel like it could just be this is where it starts to slip away.
I'm a little bit scared. I literally just said at the start of the round, Woxic's going to have big impact. Hedrick didn't. That's a feels good moment right there. Just, yeah, like, and now he's also, again, in prime position, poising for success. Xantares, this Molotov, firstly, amazingly timed. Doesn't do damage, but it will force them away, and it will force them kind of back into his grenades. He's just chipping down, making life very uncomfortable for them. Calyx, in the meantime, pushing through mid, spots out 3, and is able to decapitate 2. A reaction now back away from short isn't going to have any legs to it. And Eternal Fire, they didn't allow Bait to get anything working here in this like kind of hero Galil type round. Woxic as well, the AWP still connecting. Captain Kirka, not much he can really do. And yeah, Eternal Fire cruise to a 10th.
I like the way that Eternal Fire are playing the CT as well. Like, it's not uncommon to see a team leave B with 1 player or like no players. Eternal Fire have opted to rather just leave mid open. And they trust in their ability to play off of each other from the extremities right at the top there. So that if there is movement in mid, they can set up that crossfire really early on. And they can shut it down before it really starts to make a difference. And, ooh, don't worry, man, nobody saw. And that has really worked out well for them. But this time around, instead, we're going to have a very strong stack towards the A site. Could go very badly there. Wicadia will get that first one. Does get traded out very back and forth. Yeah, disgusting shot through the smoke onto Xantares. Now, somehow Bait have found themselves in the driver's seat. That was a 4-person stack down long, and Bait just mowed through it.
Feels like, yeah, just like Eternal Fire never really took the space. They were never able to actually kind of move as a collective. It was like each player was having its opportunity and failing. Woxic, he would have been there to support, but unfortunately they're going to be going over towards the B-Bob site after NPL was able to catch off the rotation, and it's complete for free. Woxic, he has saved the day in a 1 versus 3 in a very similar condition, but I think in this scenario he's going to be forced to save, and Bait showing some life on the T side.
Yeah, the start to that round was just wild. And again, like, I respect what Eternal Fire were trying to do there, you know, keep things unpredictable. You've got a bit of a broken buy there. There was like an MP9 in the mix. Like, it wasn't the best or the most ideal buy that you'd want to come in with. So you go for a slightly more unpredictable play. You take that aggressive push down long, and if there's no one there, you can set up a flank, or you can pull back and you can try and like head them off wherever it is that they are going. Unfortunately, they kind of get caught out, and there's some really good util from Bait to continue to make that uncomfortable. Spray down is perfect, and Eternal Fire just cannot recover from that. I mean, 3 people getting lost so early on, and the last who was moving over from B gets caught out in mid. there's literally nothing that you can do at that point. So props to Bait for being able to retake control of the situation. But now things start to feel a little bit uncomfortable for Eternal Fire. They do still have cash in hand, so they're not too concerned in that regard, but it's not, again, it's not ideal by any measure. They've kind of tried to stretch that cash out as much as possible. Saving the AWP helps a lot as well. But if they lose this round, they're in big trouble. The flash is beautiful, but it's traded out.
Ooh, utility as well is really nice. Bait kind of beating a dead horse in this round. They tried to replicate exactly what happened in the previous, but unfortunately there was no smoke on the corner. I don't know if that was an oversight from them or if they actively chose not to do that. And Eternal Fire this time, they're able to swing out, take the jewels together. Alex just kind of forced into the Molotovs. He was forced into the utility that had been dumped by Eternal Fire. And the big difference could be that all the rifles went long and Woxic was sent over towards the B-bomb site with the AWP. Now, he confirms that there is at least one player there from that lurk smoke. Goes on the back of the plateau. Mollowed. He does reposition. This is so scary, but how is Woxic able to get away with at least one there? Now, putting his teammates in a good opportunity to succeed, but Captain Kirker looking to emulate his opposition. He's already found 2 in the 1 versus 3. Bomb will be planted. Maja denies, and Eternal Fire fluttered to an 11th.
I've been really impressed with Maja. Okay, he's not like on the double digits. He's not, you know, getting the same kind of pop-off value that some of the other players on the team have been getting. But I feel like in these clutch moments, he's really come up really massively. In the previous half, it was in those post-plant situations. Now again, 1 versus 3, and he somehow manages to isolate every single one of those duels and take advantage and still win it out, get that defuse. Really, really solid performance from him here. Love to see that. But this is now where things get scary again for Bait, because it's gone a little back and forth, and there have been these shining moments where it looks like, okay, the comeback could be on. But Eternal Fire up to 11 now, and winning this round puts Bait in a very tight spot.
Yeah, I mean, that round, like, Captain Kirker, I think he plays it perfectly. Like, I think just taking that duel on Maja was the best scenario, and just, unfortunately, it just misses the shot. Kind of simply put. But Eternal Fire, the favorites not only in this series but kind of in the whole tournament to qualify rather for IEM Rio, which by the way is stacked. It's got 7 of the top 10 teams in the world, and amongst them there's not really a single weak link. You've so far got the best teams from each region qualifying or being invited. Wicadia, oh no, oh dearie me. Okay, he gets away. That flashbang landed on him, completely blinds him. And Ascenthial almost was able to react, but unfortunately not quick enough. And Bait, okay, let's go back to normality. They're defaulting, and they're looking to end towards this B-bomb site for now.
Haven't really managed to garner too much control just yet, which is what NPL is kind of trying to establish here. Shots getting fired shows that he has moved up a bit, and that smoke, it's given Wakate, or rather Zantara's, a lot of space to move up, but it's a little bit of a distraction play as now bomb starts moving its way towards B. The smoke will stall that out a little bit longer, but we're down to sub 30 seconds. The execute has to come through. Wacadia with the MP9, backed up beautifully by Calix, 2 kills apiece, and the last will come through from Maja. The backstab, 12-7. I don't know if Bait recover from this. Sure, they can string together a bye here, but it's map and series point. 5 rounds back-to-back is what's needed in order just to get us into overtime. Their bye isn't going to be robust by any measure. It feels like the end, Freddy.
I had very high expectations for Bait entering today and entering this game and close qualifier in general, but I don't know, it's been a pretty non-starter for them. They showed signs of life in the first half, but right there, like, Eternal Fire played the round perfectly. They have great just control of the whole map, and also they just cycle their smokes perfectly towards B doors. But it's not over just yet. Head trick, opening kill onto Wicadia. You've also got Maja, very low, so he's going to be passed over the AWP. And Bait have great control towards long, towards middle, towards B tunnels. Like, they're in a very good position very early on in this round.
We've seen them allow these early advantages to slip away in the past. So now everything has to be kind of perfect. Good little bit of space denial with that utility. They do have a bit of a walk up here towards A, but it's being held with the AWP from long. All Major needs here is one good shot. If he gets caught out though, very, very low on the HP, it could be devastating. Oh, and there it is. The AWP is offline, and that's exactly what they need. But already, reinforcements have come into position. Xantares is there, sprays through the smoke.
bullets.
Only good for one, but instantly traded out. 2 versus 3 here. Health is dangerously low for Bait.
But look, Calyx is so fast on this flank. No one's holding for him. Calyx activates for one. Now, Walktick can swing, but they anticipate it. It's time for another clutch. Calyx, he's already done it once before, realizes there's no time for them to go towards B. They commit to this A plant, and Calyx, he's scaled up a lot. Oh, what? Alex misses the shot. Calyx nails the one tap, and look at Headtrick in CT. Spotted. Calyx needs to hit this shot. Crouching along. He can just get to the bomb. He can just defuse. This is a massive misplay from Headtrick. Calyx taps, jumps up, and succeeds. His second 1 versus 2 of the half. And Eternal Fire advance further in this qualifier.
The clutch potential from Eternal Fire's players has just been out of this world. And it must be said, Bait kind of misplay a few of those situations. They allow themselves to get isolated. They peek 1 for 1. They're not holding as well as they could be. And props to Eternal Fire. They take advantage of it. A beautiful performance here. That first map, an absolute wash. The second map, a lot closer, but not nearly close enough. Second half was... Eternal Fire were almost untouchable. It has been amazing to see how well they're performing here. We kind of spoke about it at the start of the show, where it felt like they'd hit a bit of a speed bump after the major. But we said,
Sure,
they've been working on their playbook, they've been working on their mental, and it looks like everything that they've done has started to bear fruit, and I look forward to seeing how they're going to do further on in the tournament. But that is not goodbye for Bait. Of course, they'll be dropping to the lower bracket, where they'll be playing against the loser of Heroic versus Cloud9. I don't think we have the result for that quite yet. We will find out very shortly, though. Remember, guys, we do have an A, B, and C stream up at the moment with a lot of incredible games going on. So we're going to take a quick break before our next series, which is set to start in a bit of an extended break. So go check out those other games, and yeah, we'll see you back here in about 2 hours ish. Get a drink, get some food. We'll see you in a bit.
Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristess. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen, nein. Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwansee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, come and set me free. I'm losing sight of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, come and set me free. Look into my face. Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. Take me down, leave me lost and found. Take me down, loud without a sound. And I will rise. this place. I like to play some games. I can see right through your face. Focused on you like X-rays. I've never seen you in this place. I like to play some games. I can see right through your face. Focused on you like X-rays. sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm ich nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen. Engel und Teufel tanzen schwansee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love.
Welcome back, everybody, to the IEM Rio European Closed Qualifiers. A little bit of a break there. Hopefully you've gone and had a little bit of something to eat, got a little something to drink, maybe got some snacks with you, because we're not done yet. We've got one more game tonight, and I think that it's going to be quite the banger. Once again, I'm Nari Mizuki. I'm joined by Grimirana or Freddy, and our next match is going to be Heroic going up against Bait. Freddy, what do you think?
I think just straight away, on the face of it, we're not going to have the same sort of game we had previously. I think before, like, we were kind of going into it being like, Bait, this is a chance to prove themselves, but ultimately and realistically, when you're being, like, honest, you're like, okay, Eternal Fire, maybe not in the same manner that they did, but nothing far from it. And I think for now, this could be a closer game, and I'm a lot more excited for that, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I think that after Bait's previous matchup, they might be coming through feeling a little down, maybe a little disheartened, but there has been a bit of time, and I suppose the same for Heroic, right? But given how one-sided Bait's match was, maybe things are a little bit more, you know, intense in their camp. But yes, had a little bit of a break, had some time to just go over, have a discussion, figure out what went wrong, and hopefully they come back into this feeling a little bit more reinvigorated. Now, obviously, we already got to see Bait. We've got a little bit of an idea of what they might show to us, and as you guys kind of peruse the bracket a little bit here, Freddie, I'm going to ask you, what are the big takeaways here about Heroic? What do we need to know about this team going into this?
Well, so I guess kind of like immediately they're a struggling roster, as one might say. I think Heroic have a lot of name value as an organization. They have played they used to be pretty much one of the best teams in the world, kind of if not the best team in the world, when you look at having like when it was Stown and Yabi and with Cadian. So like that's the expectation of a Heroic roster. When you look at it, you have the expectation they are going to be the best, and the fact that they're similar to like a Cloud9, the fact that maybe even they're in a close qualifier is alarming in itself, because they realistically should be a team that's just invited to these type of events.
Yeah.
And same with like Falcons as well, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, we'll dive into that a little bit more a bit later, but for now, we're going to take a look at our veto to see, well, where the hell are these teams taking us for our first couple of games? And we're not seeing Mirage get picked. You think there's any surprises there?
Yeah, it's actually kind of interesting that they actually like actively ban that out in the second wave as well. Like, they don't even float it. It's the ban. It's the yeah. So actually, to reiterate, if no one knows why we're making such a big deal about this, it's because they picked into it this morning against Eternal Fire, and they got absolutely destroyed. I think it was 13-2 in the end. They didn't get a single round in the second half, and like the rounds they won as well on their T side weren't anything to be marveled at either. So it's good to have that out of the way. But Dust 2 is also in the veto, which was played this morning, and sure, Bait looked very good on their CT side at some stages, but it really slipped away from them on the T side, as they did lose to like 4 clutches in one half.
Yeah, it was not the best by any measure. But of course, we've got some new maps coming into this one. Anubis, we're going to see that Dust 2 again. And then if we get there, it's going to be a nuke. So did anything kind of stand out to you in that veto? Or did it feel kind of par for the course for these teams, aside from obviously the Mirage thing?
Yeah, I think like the Mirage thing is even in some regard like you'd kind of expect it a little bit, like because of how rough it was. I don't think there's any real issue. I thought Dust 2, so both teams have played Dust 2 this morning. Neither team has played very well. Heroic, I was quite impressed with their Ancient against Cloud9, but run me through again. Do we have that in the veto? Sorry, the veto's gone. I'm just having to... What was...
It's in our Discord. It's in our Discord. So we've got Anubis, Dust 2, and Nuke.
No Ancient. It's interesting, I think, that Ancient maybe wasn't picked last, just because I thought they did do quite well against Cloud9. Obviously they lost 39, but I didn't think it was like the worst showing.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see obviously how this matchup's gonna go. This is definitely... So very often one of the things I enjoy doing when I prep for a broadcast is going to look at like previous head-to-heads and previous history, and of course Heroic is not really the caliber of team that Bait historically would have come up against because of obvious reasons. So, of course, we don't have a whole lot of history there. And, of course, Heroic have had such a tumultuous kind of last 12 months, you know, everything that's kind of happened since about October last year, when everything kind of imploded. Then from about November, they only had 2 of their starting lineup left. They moved entirely away from the attempt at a full Danish roster, because let's face it, that was never really gonna be able to continue. They've had a few roster changes. We had Nikodas, we had Dupree for a hot minute. So there's just been so much going on, and it feels like there's been a bit of just a steady decline ever since then, and they've really struggled to hold on to that previous momentum that they'd had before. Like you said, they were one of the top of the world. They've still managed to maintain that top 15 ranking, so they're still showing signs of life, but it hasn't been anywhere near their former glory. So very interesting to see, you know, what's going to happen here on our first couple of maps and how it's going to go. I must admit, I still kind of favor Heroic in this matchup, just because of kind of dynasty, kind of, I don't know, maybe it's a nostalgia that I'm kind of clinging on to, but I think on paper they do edge it out here. Freddie, what do you think?
I honestly don't think so. I think this Heroic, well, actually, because they've got Dexter and like we don't have any meddling issues with like visas and him not being able to attend. So if anyone doesn't know, Dexter's actually had to miss not just one, but like 1.5 events. He actually made it 2 clone eventually, but Heroic have been doing pretty poorly even with him. And when we get into this game, we also got to remember that they lost 2-0 to OG in the Blast Premier Full Showdown, which is online. And that was like, that's a pretty bad result. Bait I'm really singing their praises again. I just want to see better from this morning. Like, they're a team, I rate them so much, and I just feel like we didn't see this morning what they can properly prove, and especially considering that Heroic have got so many issues, hopefully they can now. And as this pistol round gets kicked off, it's going to be a skirmish outside of this A-bomb site.
I absolutely agree with your sentiment about Bait. Also hoping to see a little bit more from them here, and already they've managed to give themselves a little bit of a running head start into this round. 4 versus 3 now. 2 players dangerously low on health, but a decent amount of information garnered early on. They have had to give up a lot of space though, and Heroic, instead of pressing that kind of erroneously and you know, maybe making a few unnecessary mistakes, they're just going to pull back for a moment, reassess. They know that Bait aren't necessarily going to take this space, so now they look to see if they can garner a little bit of information and see where's going to be the best to actually posture. As now Bait start to get a little bit antsy, start to push out a little bit. Those higher HP players looking to find something. A foot gets spotted, a shot connected, and Alex, much like his teammates, slips away with a sliver of HP.
This is so annoying if Heroic lose this, because they need to tickle like 3 players, and well, Tessus, with the bombers back, doing God's work right now. MPL, that's actually a massive frag, because he's going to drop the bomb, and he can just play the time. They're running at him, 20 seconds, just Molotov. Oh, perfectly placed, but what? No, he survives on 4 HP, and even though the Molotov landed on the bomb, Shush will get away with it. However, here comes those players from the B-bomb site, and even though everybody is so low, they win with 3 alive.
That was a little bit egregious, it felt like. I mean, it seemed like there was a world in which Heroic were going to be able to pull that through. Like you said, they just had to tickle 3 players. The first one comes through. Great shot there from Tessus, but instantly caught out by a well-placed flash and a shot straight to the dome. They managed to get themselves up through mid and onto the site, but as they go for the backstab, they're just not getting the results that they want, and Bait have started to rotate in. They shut it down quickly, deny a bomb from being planted entirely, and well, Heroic losing that first round here. Not the position that they wanted to be in, particularly here T-side wanting to kind of run away from that a little bit with no bomb down, no money available. And already the game is up. It's quite clear that they have postured a little bit over towards this side, at least a few of them. So now all Bait have to do is wait.
Wait and farm up them ecos. I also find it quite amusing that Heroic got invited and then had to play Cloud9 in their first round, because Cloud9 obviously with the rebuild, you know, they've lowered in the HLTV ranking. I just find that quite a, like, you know, Eternal Fire had Bait, and then like Falcons had OG, and then it was Fnatic versus 3D Max, which I think was actually a really well matched game. Very exciting. I think, yeah, 3D Max probably should have come out on top of that, as they did. I don't think there was any surprises this morning, to be honest. Maybe the fact that OG took a map of Falcons. Apart from that, I don't know. Cynthia, that's an ace. We love to see it.
I'm gonna be feeling pretty darn good about that one, particularly with all the extra freaking cash that he managed to farm up into that.
Happy
Good
days.
lord. After reinvesting, he's still got $5,300. I mean, that's just absolutely absurd. Looking hot to trot for their third round here. Be feeling happy with that, but of course Heroic are going to be able to buy into this one. They didn't fall into that trap of trying to spend too much in that second round after not planting the bomb, and of course this is a seasoned team, so they won't make those kind of odd decisions. So instead, now they have a good buy to come in. Oh, the aggression from Captain Kutka along with head trick, and instantly shut down with a great spray from Shush. He will get traded, but Kixon's going to follow that up, and now somehow Alex is the last one left alive. A death ball to move in towards that A site, and yes, 2 players are lost from Heroic, and that's going to hurt the economy ever so slightly, but realistically, Alex just going to run away with the AK here.
If he can. Tess says, oh sorry, that's Kixon over in Palace. He's hunting him down, but what great entries from Shush. There was really nice supportive flashbangs, like you saw in that kind of first 2 opening interactions where they were fighting in A main. Baits were caught off guard, they were completely blinded, and the Dane capitalized upon that. Kixon comes through as well with a very clean trade, and then Extremities just get hold by Dexter. Heroic, a very fast and furious first round to get themselves on the board in their opponent's map pick.
Oh, Alex will be feeling pretty good about that one. 3 kills on the round. Sure, you would have liked to have actually won that round, but they still have quite a bit of cash still in the bag, thanks to Asenthal having gotten so many kills that previous round with the MP9, which means they're able to buy into an AWP here. So they're still able to pull out a pretty darn robust buy. However, both teams on that little bit of a knife's edge here. Obviously, loss bonuses have completely reset. So for Heroic and for Bait, this is a really big momentum shifting round. I do give a bit of an advantage here to Bait just because they do have that AWP in hand, and if Headtrick can get some nice early frags, could be a huge difference maker, particularly because Heroic are actually angling towards that A site.
Seeing more of a default out from Heroic in this round. No fast, explosive play. I think it's a good test to see what we're going to be seeing from their mid-rounding. And right now, Tesses exploring his options a little bit in connector. Forcing a bit of utility out and putting a bit of pressure on this part of the map. As Bait potentially looking to retake middle a little bit. You see MPL and Headtrick just shifting their way through. The AWP holding deep. MPL's going searching. He could walk straight into the masses. He does get 1 kill, but very swiftly traded out. With 40 seconds left on the clock now, Heroic, they feigned a bit of presence towards B. They've taken contact in middle. They're going to end towards A.
Heroic kind of salvaged that NPL push with the power of friendship. Great little bit of hand-holding there to give them the leverage that they need. Oh, Captain Kurtka, he's pulled off. That's a great shot from Headtrick, though. Can he get a follow-up? A bit of jiggling happening there, but no, not going to be brave enough to actually peek that AWP. Bomb has, of course, realized that, well, with that kill, this should be a fairly free site. Just going to move... Oh, no, sorry, Dexter, not Shush. Great swing, but as you mentioned, just cannot get that down in time. Just so late on that rotation, so late to actually pull the trigger.
I mean, that was just that was just a really weird, I don't know, that was a really weird round for Heroic where they wanted to go towards A. You could see that was kind of always the clear picture, and they almost get very lucky with the fact that Captain Kurtka does rotate off, but Headtrick's there with the AWP, and then just what, 15 seconds left, you start rotating over. They just play the bomb sites, they play them perfectly. Really messy round, and a really poor early default showing from Heroic, but okay, Tesses.
All right.
Him and Shush are crisp so far.
Yeah, I think they're probably two of the players that you always want to be looking out for, right? Like the staple kind of OG players. But you're going to need to get a lot more done here. Pushing a Senthil in a smoke. We know what he can do in a smoke. But unfortunately, this time only good for 1. Doesn't matter, though. Nertz is just going to keep following it up. And Captain Kurtka, who has not really shown up so far just yet for Bait, is unfortunately going to be forced into an... yeah, bit of a save here. I don't think there's a world in which you actually push this.
And that round basically just is pinned on the fact that Tesla's decided to duel the AWP very early on in connector. And speaking kind of Headtrick, like, he really did not play well this morning. Like, he was very actively someone that I was surprised at how poor he was playing because of how good he has been for Bait ever since he joined. And it felt like against Eternal Fire he was never able to really add any impact, and Woxic was completely outshining him. And you know, right there, that's a very worrying example of how he is just being a big reason of why they lost that round.
And it's really sad because he was kind of big in ensuring the round before. Getting that shot over on the, I think it was over towards B, really helped them, especially with pulling that rotation from Heroic and denying time. And then in the very next round, to be part of the reason that it just doesn't go their way, that kind of inconsistency is just, yeah, at this level of play, just not something you want to be seeing too often. And do like this aggression from Bait though. We'll see if it does pay off, and yes it does. Absolute dividends. Dexter able to trade out one of them, but the shoe is definitely on the wrong foot here, and Heroic have to somehow restabilize.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of perfect situation. You don't have the weaponry, go for something a little bit more bold and aggressive. Shush tries to catch players off as they're heading back towards the B bomb site. Doesn't, but also does see 3 players. If I'm Heroic, I'm really speeding up towards the A bomb site. Like, you know, there's a maximum of 1 player there, and well, in actuality, there are no players there. So Heroic, unfortunately, have missed out their timing, thinking potentially that someone has heard the sound cue of them dropping off from carpets, which unfortunately for them was not the case. And Bait, they start to spread out now with 2 players towards B and 2 players towards A.
Definitely not a favorable situation here for Heroic, and as you say, if they'd sped up, they could have at the very least gotten a bomb plant. Now, however, time dwindling close to that 20-second mark. They have to actually make a decision. They need to make an execute. And Bait know that they can just wait for the moment. 2 on either site. That, at the very least, evens out those numbers. And a retake is more than possible. Heroic, they're just not going for it.
Yeah.
They're realizing it's just not worth it.
Wait, can Dexter pick up the AWP? I don't know, he literally can't. Because Alex is holding for that where the AWP is now. So Dexter's going to run in, try pick up the AWP. And okay, yep. So he switches out the AWP for the AK in the 2 vs 4 when they were outside of the A bomb site, in the anticipation that, you know, they were going to go for a play, right? But unfortunately, he doesn't go back and pick it up. Luckily for him, though, it doesn't get retrieved by Alex, and they can drop another one. But Heroic, some very poor mid-rounds coming out on Anubis currently.
Yeah, stabilization is kind of the name of the game here, and it's just hasn't been where it needs to be. I think once they realized that there was no way they were salvaging that round, going for the save was the right call. But again, it's off the back of a misunderstanding of those timings, as you said, and not being able to at the very least get a plant does put them in a bit of a predicament here. For this to be going so awry on their T side, not ideal. At NPL, he keeps egoing this mid position, and he's always good for at least 1. For Kixon to be pushing that alone with no one to trade that out, whereas NPL, he had backup. Even if he does die there, you know that it's good for a trade. And unfortunately, that puts Heroic in a really tight spot.
Like, because this is literally just their default. Like that, like Kicksound was just kind of, he wasn't even taking mid control. He just gets swung. Like, and that's the type of NPL stuff that I was wanting to see against Eternal Fire. Like, I was singing his praises before the game this morning, and like, man, he did not do very well at all. So I'm glad to see him actually performing. And I don't think they're normally a team that do play like so passively, but they're just reading into the Heroic gameplay of like, they don't need to overstep their welcome. Or overstep rather, and they're just kind of chilling down on these bomb sites, and for now they've got the right reads. They're just giving up mid control, 3 players towards B, and there's 25 seconds and not a huge amount of utility for Heroic.
Well, the Molly's gonna come out just to try and flush out. Oh man, it's just disastrous as they swing through. Bait pulling from every corner, creating those beautiful crossfires that we'd seen from Eternal Fire, but that Bait just were not able to get right. This time, however, making it work quite nicely for themselves. Another round in the back pocket, and Heroic finances absolutely hemorrhaged to the point of exsanguination. They're not going to have too much into this round. And this is great from Bait, because with this being their map pick, you know, we kind of joked a little bit about the Mirage thing, but it's good to see that now the map that they had in their back pocket, they brought it out, and they're looking so much better on it.
Obviously they are doing well, but I think a big part of this right now is that Heroic's like, I don't know, this is very poor mid-rounding of like, they're not making Bait very uncomfortable. And I think like that was a perfect round of just like, you take your first contact in mid, and they literally just played the bomb sites. And sure, they did have the right setup and the right read to have 3 players towards B, but I don't think that's that crazy of a thing, considering that A hasn't worked out in the last few rounds. So it's kind of tried to change it up, and I don't know, this is looking really weird from Heroic right now. Like, you've got Dexter on the server, you have kind of you have no excuses, and sure, they have had a lot of issues with just maybe not playing together and all that jazz, but going, yeah, like for Heroic, if they lose in the last Premier Showdown first round, and they go 0-2 here, that's really not good. However, it's very early doors. But Silent Fate have been doing very well. Also, actually, having it super clean anti-eco rounds. I jinxed it, of course.
To be fair, I mean, that's still relatively clean.
Oh, it's still fine, yeah.
Yeah. One dying there is not the end of the world. I do like that they live up to their name a little bit there. A head trick goes for a little bit of an early kill, doesn't connect, but hey, it's a bait. NPL swings and gets 3. Love that. Head trick's been a bit quiet. You kind of mentioned it on the first map, or rather the first series. And again, here, even more so. I'd kind of called out Captain Kutka, but he started to kind of step up a little bit at least. That's really not what you want to be seeing from your AWPer, so definitely need to have some signs of life coming through here. 2 rounds on board for Heroic. Need to try and string a little bit more together. Otherwise, their CT side is going to be a little bit of a catastrophe.
Yeah. We're starting to have a few alarm bells ring just because of how T-sided this map actually is. This is a different play from her, though. They just go straight towards B. No messing around. This is what happened. This is what worked for their first gun round win, and it's what's going to work again here. 3 versus 4 in favor of Heroic. Head trick. He might get swung. I was going to say by Nerds, but Shush does it for him. And okay, sure. Even though Shush has got like 5 frags, every time we get to kill, they win a round. So that's the highlight. And Heroic, yep, just doing exactly what worked before, but on the other side of the map.
I was about to say NPL's still alive, it's winnable, but Dexter... Okay, they've completely backed out. I thought they might go into their own spawn, but I guess they had an inclination. So they're just going to back out over towards the A side. That's the right call. And what's really interesting to me is that Heroic is finding the most success on Bait's strong side. When they try to go weak side, everything just goes completely awry. But when they push the strong side, they're somehow able to get so much more done. They're able to leverage the geometry so much better. With the slight caveat being that it's when they go for strong side early on in the round. When they kind of default a little bit and then get kind of caught and have to rotate and whatever, then yeah, the whole mid-rounding thing comes into play and it turns to spaghetti. But when they opt to actually hard focus it, they do quite well. I'd be curious to see if they actually opt to keep pushing it and if Bait decide to kind of reinforce that even more heavily.
I think Heroic have a good read of realizing that Bait tend to start in a 2-1-2, and they don't tend to have 3 players over towards a specific bomb site, and trying to use that. Captain Kirker, aggressive in A main, gets the kill, and just about gets away. 10 HP. That's a big opening frag, and a big name to be taken out server as Nerds. He has been a quiet boy so far in Anubis.
That's an unfortunate way to go as well. Immediately Heroic on the back foot and back into that position of now we need to stabilize and now we need to mid-round a little bit. They start moving over towards A here. Sizable nade. You know, not the biggest, but does a little bit there. Makes things that little bit easier to leverage. Alright, Tessus. Nice little swing there. Gets the kill as well. That's going to open up the site ever so slightly. But NPL, absolute rock star, puts Tessus in the grave. Now what do Heroic do? The plan has completely fallen apart.
I'm still honestly trying to figure out what the plan was. Like, were they always going to go for this like double pump where they were only ever going to send 2 players out? I guess they're going to try lean on the fact that Shush is in middle and try utilize him as a lurk. However, head trick, just holding the angle. There's no utility. But double swing, the AWP silences him, and now NPL worried because of middle. Look, behind him, here comes Shush. Keep mind, Dex is there to succeed, but as I said, they don't anticipate that late mid lurk. 10 seconds left, Alex in a prime place to clutch, but unfortunately, Shush's wrap through camera is gonna be what gives Heroic the 4th.
Honestly, well played. You know, we've kind of been harping on about their mid-rounding and how it's been really lackluster and how they really struggle to restabilize. But a well-placed lurk can really make all the difference in the world. They pulled the rotations over. Just gets a nice little position there. Dexter is able to hold the line as well, so as soon as people start moving in towards that A site, he's there, he's ready to shut it down. They play off of each other perfectly. A good recovery. Heroic gonna need a lot more of that though. They need these last 2 rounds at the very least to make this next half competitive. For Bait, however, with how close these rounds have been, already down onto this incredibly janky, if you could call it a buy, slight spend. So this round should go in Heroic's favor. But stranger things have happened.
Yeah, I think this will actually be a really nice recovery from Heroic if they do end up getting 6-6. But you were talking about stranger things happening. Pretty much the one player that could be dangerous in this round actually is for Bait, and he gets the opening kill. Headtrick also is able to drop the MP9 over to NPL, and I wouldn't be surprised if he goes and ferries this AK over to Captain Kirker, just because he's the only other player with armor, and obviously Headtrick's on 11 HP, but in the meantime, Dexter solo searching with the AWP will actually clear it out. Oh my god, Captain Kirker almost got 2-1 digs, but no, this round should be... This round, I think Bait are just like, where are they trying to go? Because we've taken contact all over the map.
I mean, Heroic definitely leveraging the realization that it's likely going to be an eco of some description, so they know that they can kind of play for picks a little bit, then play off of that. Great swing from Headtrick, just as the smoke blooms to shut down Shush and then be able to slip away like a thief in the night. Nerds spots him out, pulls out the bomb again, goes for the plant. Oh, Headtrick, I saw the vision, but unfortunately not too much to be done there. NPL with that MP9 good for the first, but will get traded out. Heroics showing some signs of life here at last. Glad to see that they've woken up and joined us in the server. Bait, on the other hand, not going to be too happy about that.
Yeah, I mean, like, that round was kind of one of those things where it's like, it went a lot better than you would have ever anticipated, and because it was so close, you start to be like, we could have got that going, right? Like, we could have won that round. But Heroic, I feel like this half could have really run away from them. Like, they could have been in a lot of trouble, but they've actually made it very, like, kind of admirable. You know, they're stringing a good couple rounds in a row, but still, 6 as a maximum on your T side is far from ideal. Bait, interestingly enough, start 3 players towards B in this round instead of their 2-1-2 they've been normally going for, and because of that, Headtrick alongside his Thenthiel will be pushing aggressively through B main, but Dexter, he identifies this, and this might cause them to speed up towards the A bomb site.
Some solid mid control here from Heroic as well. Doesn't happen often that there's very little kind of holding the line there. But instead of pressing it, they're just gonna kind of fall back a little bit. Wait out time. See if we can get an opener or 2 over on the A site. The A site is what's being funneled into now by Bait. But Bomb's kind of headed up towards mid. I see the vision. I just I see it, but I'm not convinced.
This is a fine round, but the issue is that just Headtrick's rotated in. Like, you see, you've got Senthiel's now getting quite aggressive. Ruby and Bait realize they have to take towards A main. Nertz and Tessus, they won't fool, and Headtrick forced off his angle. Over in heaven, Heroic, they get the bomb down. They get the bomb site in a 4 versus 3. Ascenthiel, he's rotating in from A main. This will be a massive fragment for him to pick up. In the meantime, Shush almost gets double spray down. And with that in mind, Heroic string quite a few rounds in a row, 4 to be exact. Let's see if they can continue this after the break.
A half that started off looking a little bit one-sided and a little bit dire ends up at an even kilter. 6-6 here as Heroic have a huge resurgence in the last 4 rounds of our previous half. Is it going to be enough though? By all accounts, a bit of a lackluster T side, even though they did start to bring it together. Now they move over onto CT, but for Bait, of course, an opportunity at redemption.
A very fast pistol round. Dropping down from middle into canals, and oh my god, Alex. What a double entry. That's round over. They're going to be playing a 5 versus 3 post plan, and they've barely even taken any damage. Nerds and testers have no idea what just hit them.
I love a nice, fast, aggressive pistol round. I think that it's probably one of the best options you have because as a T, you know that the CTs have to be somewhat split up. So you just absolutely bomb rush one of the sites as a 5 stack and more than likely you come out on top of it. And that's exactly what we've seen here. However, a little bit of return fire here. There's no kit in hand, so chances of a defusal are slim to none. But they've taken out so many of these Bait players. It's not enough to secure them the round, but, you know, a little bit of extra cash in the back pocket. Not much, but hell, you'll take it, I guess.
Why did that somewhat become, like, winnable? And how, like, Kixan doubles his frags? But, okay, as much as that was a really cool attempt, and, you know, we can sit here and be like, oh, that was, you know, maybe a little bit awkward at the end. But in the end, it doesn't matter. They won the round. They were the one who got the double entries. And overall, it's going to now be a force buy for Heroic, where on the City side, a second round force buy is, I think, scrutinized by a lot of people. But a lot of teams tend to do it. And I think a big part of it is just they can get utility and kind of like everything they would have wanted in the first gun round, which will come like round 16 if they lose this, for instance. But off to a different start. Dexter and MPL clash heads in middle, and it will be the scout taking the tag onto MPL.
Very slow start here. A little bit of push and pull. Nothing committed just yet. Trying to see if they can actually pull something over as Bait start to make their way in towards this B site. You know, they do have somewhat of an advantage, or should be aware of it. Nice Molotov to flush out there. Oh, that could have been dangerous, but he's keeping an eye on it. Rotating back over. I'm a little bit worried here. If they take too much longer, they could shoot themselves in the foot time-wise, but They're posturing, and it looks like this exec towards this A site may happen. Are they aware, though, that 2 of these players have pushed so far forward? Flash comes out, doesn't connect. MP9 good for 1, and instantly traded out, but there you go. It'll get another 2. It's still 2 versus 3 here. Heroic have a shot, but Bait have made this very difficult.
Yeah, big round from Shush and specifically Kixon. Now, bomb will be planted. Are they anticipating a fast rotation from Nerds? No. NPL with 20 HP left into a 1 versus 3, and they all dive bomb him. A massive retaliation from Heroic to be taking home that second round.
I thought Bait had that, I'll be honest. As messy as the start of that was, and as, you know, even though they hemorrhaged so many players early on, they had so many advantages, but Heroic play that very well to secure themselves around here. Back and forth a little bit, and they have done some serious damage to Bait's economy. This should have been Bait's bonus. Winning that second round is so big, particularly when you're a CT. Now they have some really good weaponry to take into this. Bait, very little to work with. 1 Galil for that extra little bit of punch. However, 2 Tech 9s and 2 Mac 10s could make for a very explosive and very dangerous entry.
I mean, look, they got a lot of utility as well, so that's going to be aiding them nicely. Captain Kirk does get a little bit over-ego with one of those flashbangs. But okay, utility has to be good. They're just trying to flashbang, they're just popping straight through, but neither Testes, nor Nerds, nor Dexter, none of them are blind, and it's going to be flawless.
Oof. I mean, you saw so much of that util coming out, just pop after pop after pop, and it feels almost like they were trying to bait a swing so that they could throw a second flash after the swing and then have the advantage, but you would have that util come out and nothing happened. And then a second wave of util and nothing happened. And then a third wave of util, and even then they were a little bit slow to actually hit that accelerator. And as soon as they popped out, they all just got sprayed through from like 4 different directions. Now well and truly back down onto the pistols without so much as a single kill to start doing some damage to Heroic. Looks like we could be nearing that double-digit scoreline. And Bait haven't managed to find an answer just yet. Perhaps in the next, but in this round, should be fairly clear-cut.
Dexter getting that nice AWP money. Yeah, this should be pretty clean for Heroic. That money's actually looking like surprisingly really good because of flawless and like having 3 players alive as well. When they won on the kind of like force fight, and looking to do it flawless again, so that's massive for their ecom. And Kirk, yep, obviously won't get anything done at range with the Glock. I wonder if Dexter buys a AWP. I wonder if he chooses to drop away the MP9. He's gonna have about 50 seconds to think that over as well, as Bait are taking their first tactical timeout of this map. I think this will probably be the best time for them to take a tactical pause. I think having them like talk before this gun round, where they've they've started this half off well, they go straight back onto the back foot. I think this is a really good time for them just to talk things over, especially because they were up 6-2 and now they're down 7-9.
Yeah, it's been a phenomenal recovery. Things we do love to see. Looks like Dexter not going for that AWP, in fact, but rather just going to be spreading the funds around a little bit. And there you go. AK in hand, though. See what he can get done with that. Saved over from previous rounds. Bait have opted, of course, to force into this quite drastically. They will have a very strong loss bonus, so they should be able to recover into the next round. You want to give yourself as many chances as humanly possible.
So this is their gun round. They were full eco last round, so it was 2,400 loss, I think they had. So they had like 4-ish K across the board. Yeah.
And they should get, I believe, what's it, 39? Yeah, oh sorry, 2.9, yeah. Okay, not the best.
Well, if they lose this, they can't buy next round. And then they'd have to be playing for a win in regulation with Heroic on 11. So this is kind of like their big gun round where, like, if they want to keep it as close as it has been throughout the whole series, this is their time. And so far with their default, they've taken a bit of contact towards A. However, Heroic have full... They've got everything. They have full space towards A main. They have got Nert pushing into T spawn. Oh, Captain Kirka's holding for him. That's a massive frag. And now, because of it, I think Bait are going to try speed up towards the B-bomb site where currently Tessus is all by himself and he's on 12 HP now.
But at least he has evened things out a little bit and slowed down that push ever so slightly. Bait were not expecting to lose a player so early on, so this gives a bit of time for rotations to come through. That will at least give them an opportunity to reinforce a little bit here. They've really slowed down. They've checked Tessus in the corner. Dexter instantly trades it out, but cannot get away. It's so messy as lives are traded across the board. But now, shush, last player left alive has to be, well, Heroic. And unfortunately, the Heroic players do not come through. A great little sidestep there from Bait after that opening kill onto Nerds, who, let's face it, it would have been great if it worked out, but it didn't.
Well, okay, yeah, sure, it didn't work, but like, I think it had, like, if I'm Nerds, I think they're outside A main, because you have got your A players communicating that they're currently smoked in A main, and they've shown contact, and then you've got Nerds who's gone all the way through B, pretty much. I think Heroic, and that's why there was only one other player on the bomb site. Like, they just kind of assumed it was going to be a play towards A, and they were waiting for utility A main to fade. So, a really nice round from Bait. They are very acute with making sure that they understand that, look, someone could be pushing B main. And right now, they've got an opening kill towards A, and they're looking to wrap through Dexter's rotation. What? How does MPL still get that first flag? Dexter needs to double down, but misses. And now this whole round is on Kixan.
And Nertz is nowhere to be seen. Unfortunately, things just kind of fell apart at the seams so very quickly. There wasn't too much that he was going to be able to do there, particularly with how aggressive that was. It was kind of like a domino effect, kind of like I like to talk about lions in a savannah, right? When you just kind of encircle and pounce in, and the fact that you're able to get so many frags in so many different places, shut down that defensive lineup very quickly. And I mean, realistically, there's literally nothing Nerds can do here in this position, so he's just going to have to hold on to that weapon and wait for another round. And it really does feel like both of these teams, when the chips have been at their lowest, they've found a way to come back. Heroic did it in the first half. They were 6-2 down. They had a beautiful kind of 4-round resurgence. Now Bait, you know, they win that pistol, or they lose the pistol round. They get that eco to come through. Sorry, other way around. Lose the pistol. They get ecoed, but they're still able to claw their way back into it, keeping things pretty close, pretty competitive. I wasn't really expecting it to be this close, but I'm glad to see that Bates have not kind of given up the ghost just yet. 9-9 here. Pretty even buys across the board. And of course, this is a bit of a momentum shifting round, it feels like.
Well, so the last round Heroic have in the bank. And Bates, they got a great opener in the previous. Great from Centhiel. And they basically were just able to capitalize upon that. And with missed shots from Dexter, even though they had the good rotations in the crunch time, 4 players were in and around the A-bomb site, and they only got like 2 kills, I think, if that. So for Bait, they're sitting comfortable and they'll be looking to try get some mid control once again, as MPL, who's cruising for a bruising, by the way, 20-10. He is having an absolute starter performance. He kind of feigns mid presence and he's going to go back with Captain Kirka. I could see them trying to wrap around the B-bomb site here.
Not too much to read in just yet. This has been somewhat standard. Some of that util, we've seen it from Bait before. And Heroic as well, realizing it's... Yeah. And Heroic realizing it's a little bit too soon to kind of pull the trigger on any sort of a rotation. But here you go, first player to come through. There you go, Nerd spots out too. This should be the time. Is it though? Bomb gonna get planted. Heroic might just decide, you know what, we're just gonna stay here.
Yeah, like that's such a good round from Bait. Like they almost fake out the presence in connector at the very beginning with like forcing out the utility, but also showing presence. And previously, when they have done that in connector, it's normally actually meant that Bait are going towards A. They've done it like I think 2 times where they've kind of showed some presence in connector and they've just gone towards A. And alongside that as well, Heroic were never able to retake mid control after they kind of had NPL feign that he was going towards mid. And even though I wasn't maybe the biggest fan of them going through that smoke with the grenade that Nert's just thrown in con, it actually works out perfectly. And a very disjointed double setup towards B doesn't warrant any success. Bait find double digits, but because 3 players have saved for Heroic, Nertz and Tessa should be able to be dropped and they will have another gun round. However, that basically means it's do or die here in round 20.
And of course, that's the perfect time to take a timeout. Heroic, of course, realizing that things are starting to slip through their fingers a little bit. And after such a solid resurgence in the first half and keeping up a lot of that momentum into the second, to let it all slip away here, I suppose for either team, you know, that'd be quite heartbreaking. But, you know, we did mention it before, bit of a T-sided map, and Bait leaning quite heavily into that, letting that work in their favor. We'll see what Heroic can do here. Money is not in the greatest spot, unfortunately. Saving 3 weapons from the previous round at least gives them a hope, a snowball's hope. What's that?
They're not buying.
Heroic?
Like, they're just 5-7s on Nertz and Tessus.
Yeah, I mean...
I really would have thought they would have dropped over a little bit more and gone for this round, considering they have the orb. They have 2,900 loss bonus. I guess Tessus can drop the orb next round, worst comes to worst, but Kixan and Dexter, yeah, they don't need a buy. Who cares? That's a really nice med setup where you've got Kixan tucked quite far in the corner. They don't clear him, and it's a perfect bait and switch. And then because they've seen 2 players in middle, they imagine they can try and react from A because it might be vacant. However, they were completely wrong, and Heroic have just won out this round within the first 10 seconds.
I love that. And I must admit, like, I thought that not buying was the play, just because, you know, money was not looking great. So into the next round, even with that full loss bonus, you want to try to be a bit more robust where you can. But obviously, a lot of that hinges on the fact that, or hinges on getting those early kills. And the fact that we do see those come through from Shush, Kixan, and Dexter from various positions, as you say, kind of secures them the round. And it does make that little bit of a gamble of not spending any money that little bit more worth. Now, unfortunately, this B site has been overrun. So at the very least, bomb is going to get planted. Not the way Heroic expected this round to kind of finish itself out. They also do not have a kit. I didn't see if one of the guys on site had a kit, if there's one that's recoverable, but as it stands, time is of the essence.
Ooh, but Alex now in a 1v3 knows where they all are and can only adjust to the first. There was legs to that round. There certainly were. Even though it was a 2 versus 5, it comes down to, I guess, a 2 versus 3, but I think Captain Kirker tries to walk through that smoke a little bit too late as it fades. And Heroic, they have made this a very contestable game. 10-10. We are neck and neck going into the final few rounds. Bait, they're going to have a repurchase. No AWP out for Head Trick. And once again, he can buy it. But once again, he's really been struggling. He's really been like on the bottom end of not only this game, but also the one against Eternal Fire. And comparatively, sure, Dexter's not having like okay, he's got 16 to 8, but he hasn't been like crushing with a lot of these like massive rounds where he gets a modi frag, but he's doing a lot better than Head Trick.
I think there comes a point where you have to kind of weigh up the cost of the AWP and the fact that your AWPer is not performing to the expected standard. And you kind of have to go, well, it's such a huge investment. Just buy a rifle, man. Just, you know, make sure you've got that little bit of extra cash to keep you going. And this isn't meant as a dig. It's meant as a team, you need to understand the strengths and weaknesses of your team on the day. You need to know when someone isn't having the best day, and you need to make adjustments for that. It's just a simple fact of playing in a team environment. So I think it is the right call to make. But we'll see if it stacks up now, because as we saw, Dexter is going to have an AWP of his own. He's in a really good position for it. However, he's going to get smoked off here. We'll see if somebody opts to try and push into it. And no, he's not going to get himself an early cheeky frag there. So for now, it's just that same little bit of defaulting. More towards the extremities, though. Mid, left pretty uncontested.
Scared from last round. They haven't been actually playing too heavy mid on the defaults. And that last round with the default mid was also what happened. And, well, we've actually seen this type of round once again be played out, where it's 3 coming from connector, 2 coming out from B main. We're going to be coming head to head here as Nerds. He's trying to push forward, but he's losing his teammates as they're coming in from connector. And oh, it's going all awry for Heroic. Kexam trying his best to stay alive. The rotations are not even moving. They're not even budging. Dexter is still just on the A-bomb site with the AWP. He never made an attempt because they had no mid control. And Bait, it feels like they've been gifted that round, all because they catch the players trying to get aggressive through B main.
It's these little things. And I think part of that issue is information starve, I feel like, is such an important part of the game. And the fact that Heroic don't have all of the information that they would want, they kind of get a little bit antsy. They want to push out. They want to find that information. And Bait play that really well. They allow it. It's Bait. And they allow Heroic to kind of push out a bit. They hold their line, hold their angles, shut it down, move in onto the site. And the last 2 players from Heroic, I mean, there's no way that they actually attempt to push this. Oh, tries to get the exit there, but just unable to connect, unfortunately. And yeah, and I think that aggressive plays are also something that Heroic have kind of struggled with a little bit, just when they don't have that information. If they have either made a good read early on and have reinforced a particular site, or they've had the time to rotate in, they can shut down that aggression really easily. But when they're caught unawares, it's so easy for site to be overrun, and they don't even attempt to re-engage or to rotate in. They rather just hold on to their weaponry, because we're at that stage in the game now where you can't afford to be reckless with your economy. So again, it's another round where you have to just kind of hold on to those weapons and look towards the next.
Ooh, this is looking like a bit of a faster play potentially. Bates, there's not a huge amount of default this round. They're just going straight towards A, taking some presence in middle and also connector. You can see that the Nerds is currently smoked off. And yeah, they're just going to contact. I think they're just going to straight contact in towards A side. Unfortunately, though, there are 3 players. Now, here comes the full execute. On the bottom side, Shush is burning alive. Takes out because the utility is isolated. And these duels are all going in favor of Bait. Shush tries his best, but he was left all by himself. And perfect utility placement. Bait, that's 12. That's map point as Heroic are forced to save, because they've only got 2,400 loss bonus, and they're going to be scraping together a buy now with Dexter and Nerds, hopefully maintaining their rifles.
It's another round where you see that aggression again from Bait, instantly overrunning that A site, and the last 2 from Heroic. There isn't even a point in attempting to rotate in and reinforce. Your entire team is dead. You just have to back out and hold on. It is very unfortunate that this is how these last few rounds have gone for Heroic. But Bait have really, stepped up a little bit. And I think it's also worth saying, we've mentioned this a couple of times, but there are a few players on Bait that have really, really stood out, right? Captain Kutka kind of mentioned at a point that he had a little bit of a slow start, but we're seeing a huge resurgence from him. NPL's had a quiet couple of rounds, but he's been so solid throughout this map that it kind of helped to propel them to this point, right? So despite the fact that Headtrick isn't really performing as well as he should or could be, the rest of the team are still able to kind of step up a little bit and fill in those gaps. Heroic not able to deal with that, unfortunately. And again, I think it's that aggression that's catching them out so consistently. So now, one more timeout. Realistically, it'll be the last one we see, unless somehow we get into that overtime. And hopefully they have some sort of an adaptation to play into this. I'm not too sure what they can realistically do here to bite back. They've tried a bit more aggressive. They've tried to be a bit more passive. They've taken good map control. It just feels like Bait have had answers a little bit too consistently.
I think an issue Heroic have had has been lack of control in middle. A lot of the times, mid has been their weak point, not necessarily because Bait are there, but because they have stinted rotations on the basis they don't know if Bait are there. I wouldn't mind B main aggression. Like, it has worked, and I think, like you know, it hasn't actually worked with them getting frags, but the space being taken always has, and I think they shouldn't be afraid to do that again just because in previous times they've been caught off guard on unfortunate timings. But yeah, I think mid's definitely a good point to start with, like, actually just keeping that control. But instead, okay, yeah, extremity aggression, but towards the A bomb site, Essential needs to be a bit careful because he's currently trapped in. There is some support by Alex, and well, that support's going to be perfect. Great flashbang, but Heroic actually come out of those duels with the advantage.
And getting two there is massive. Obviously, the one towards A and then another one in towards mid, and that, of course, is going to signal to the bomb plant or the bomb holder. Maybe not A. They are moving over towards B, and of course it's too strong here at B for Bait to just get one kill. That would be the opening that they need. Heroic not ready to rotate just yet. As you mentioned, they have been a little bit slow to make those rotations. Tessus, though, great swing from him to connect on. It's going to give Headtrick something to aim at. The Molotov to come through to flush out. On the way out, cannot connect the shot, but Alex is there to make sure that it does happen. They do have an opening, a possibility here. A good little bit of util just to deny some sightlines, deny some opportunities. Note, going to try to make something happen, but Headtrick is there to shut it down. Dexter trades it out, however, and Alex has to hold the line 1v1.1. As Dexter is so low on the HP there. Takes out the AWPer. Now it is a true 1v1, but it's Kixon with a nice little swing out of the smoke to blow his brains out, get onto that bomb, get the defuse, and give themselves a stay of execution.
Oh, I thought Alex actually played that so well as well. Like, he did so nicely to isolate those duels, and he just can't connect the shots. But I was going to say, Headtrick, he comes alive at the most important time, but no, I think he legged Dexter, or like wall banged him, because Dexter was really low, even though that like Headtrick had an AWP. And honestly, I think my one issue in that round was, why is the rifle taking the first contact on, I guess the like contact towards the B bomb site instead of Headtrick? Like, why has Headtrick got an AWP and is looking to trade out his teammate? I feel like that would have been a lot more valuable if you send in the AWP and have him go searching instead of the rifle. But Heroic, they're poising for an overtime. They take their third and final tactical pause. We do get another one. Two in 2 rounds. They've all been coming out towards the end here. You know, it really is crunch time. But Bait, one more opportunity to send us to Dust 2 with them in the driving seat, or a Heroic gonna try flip the script and send us to a fresh new stage in overtime here on Anubis in map 1 in the lower bracket of IEM Rio 2024 European Close Qualifiers.
I am absolutely here for the overtime, but we'll see if Bait are here for it. I don't think they're too keen on that. Instantly taking some very, very strong presence in towards mid, going for that mid to A split. Heroic, they have kind of reacted to it, but the reactions are a bit slow. Dexter's overrun. They haven't cleared Kixon. He's good for 2 on the site, but he's going to get traded by Alex. Shush, however, a great swing from him, and he gets 2 more. 12 to 12, ladies and gentlemen, and we are indeed going to overtime.
I have no idea how that has actually worked out as well as it did. Like, Dexter misses the first shot, and I'm like, yeah, okay, Kicksands by himself. There was players coming from A main, and I think they kind of tunnel visioned on the fact that Heroic have played 3A quite a lot and 2 towards A main, and you just have this issue if they don't clear kicktan effectively, and then because of all that pandemonium, it's allowed for the rotations to come through successfully. 12 to 12, we once more entered the fray.
Okay, but let's be real. Shush getting 3 there is a little outrageous.
Sure. Yeah.
It's great play from him, but you know, when your lives are on the line, that's when the clutch gene kicks in. We love to see that. First round of OT here. A little bit of a clean slate to an extent. It's a great shot from Dexter to open it up and taking NPL off the board. Normally I'd say that's phenomenal, but again, NPL has been really quiet for the last few rounds here.
Yeah, I think you highlighted it at one stage, and I don't think he's got a kill in a good couple rounds. Head trick, you know, just once again, what's crazy is that he's been so good for Bait. I don't think he's had a bad tournament ever when he's been playing for them, and I rarely see him have bad maps, let alone like a bad day. So whatever's going on, it's cost him Bait, because if he was performing, I don't think we would have been in overtime right now, and we would have seen a little bit more contention this morning against Eternal Fire. But for now, even though they're man disadvantaged, they're actually in a pretty good place, because Tessus is alone on this B bomb site. He spots them out as they're coming through, almost lands a spray transfer, but does enough for his IGL to rotate him. Alex, he's failed a clutch on this very bomb site before, and with 15 seconds, I don't think he's even get the bomb down. Fast rotation from Shush, and well, he'll be distracting for the Israeli to come through, not even with his weapon of choice, but to put Heroic in the lead.
It's been a minute since they were in the lead, hasn't it? I think not since the third round of the second half. Yeah, been a hot minute, but they've done it here. Going to be feeling quite confident, and of course the kind of crucial point of that is that they've managed to kind of get that OT round here on their CT side, so they're going to be feeling very comfortable with that one. Let's see just how much more they can get done. I have enjoyed how even this has been across the board, but it all comes down to this OT. Nice little bit of util here to do a bit of chip damage. We've seen some of this util before, and again, it's just not going to get results. Tessus holds the line beautifully with a nice little cross angle. The last 2 players here from Bait stuck in this archway. Finally, the raid boss that is Tessus will get shut down, but it's not going to be enough. Heroic with yet another round in their OT.
I just don't understand where the util was there. Like, you're throwing entry flashbangs that don't hit anybody. Where's the Molotov towards pillar? Where's the, like, I don't know, like, you're throwing a left side smoke, and you've been countered by people playing Plateau time and time again. Like, I'm pretty sure Tessus has played Plat, like, every round. You have no utility there. The flashbangs don't connect there. You have no Molo on pillar. Like, I don't know. That felt like a really awkward execute where Bait should kind of be knowing a little bit better. And losing 2 rounds in a row on their T side. It's not looking great for this overtime. Aggression towards A, however, this time will be giving Bait the opening kill. Last time this happened, Heroic, they came away with a man advantage.
And Bait play that very, very well. They know that Heroic like to get a little bit aggressive on the extremities from time to time. They allow that to happen. They actually use one of their own players as bait. And Head Trick will get that shot before there's even an opportunity for their teammate to get taken out. And of course, Bait make the right call here. They kind of slow down a little bit. They might even make a little bit of noise on the other side just to really drive home a bit of confusion here. Oh no, aggression into mid this time. NPL caught with his back turned, and Nerds will take him out. Now we're on an even kilter. Now Dexter, who's fallen off of the more aggressive angle, will be able to get one in on the entry. 4 versus 3 here. And they can't deny. Oh, they have. They've stopped the bomb from being planted entirely. The rotation is coming in from all sides. The flank is beautiful. Head Trick, last one left alive. Heroic with an absolute stellar start to this OT. Things were looking so rough and uncomfortable, but they've brought it back. And apologies, I think we've just got a little bit of a thing happening. The game is not over, folks. We're going to jump back in any moment, but I'm blown away.
Yeah, I mean, like, you had a man's advantage, and especially when you're in that 4 versus 5, you know, you're kind of forced to make a reaction, move towards, and like take some space to do it perfectly towards middle. That also then allows for rotations. It allows for Dexter to be very secure where he's holding, allows for the rotations, and then also Dexter just hitting the shots that are needed, and then those two players who were pushing in middle to wrap very swiftly around through a main. Bates, they lose all 3 rounds on their T side. I don't see them back in this. I don't see them winning. However, NPL for the first time in like 8 rounds finally gets a kill after being 20-9 or 20-10.
You know what? CT-sided player.
Yeah, facts.
It do be like that sometimes, but giving themselves that advantage here, you're going to be pretty happy with that one. Heroic did struggle a little bit on that T side, as you mentioned, so see if they can pull their socks up a little bit here. 1 round is all it takes. Just 1 round to close this out. And Bates, of course, you can see they're on high alert.
Not really wanting to go through the... Wait, what?
What?
I think Dexter might... Did he just shoot? I think he just shot through the smoke. That's just an opening kill.
Yeah.
Tess's blind. And Nuts creeping his way through canals.
Oh.
Executes 2. Head trick. We've been calling upon him this whole game. If there's ever a time to come alive, this would be it. But no. Decapitated with 1 bullet. Nuts gets a 3K in the final round. And Heroic complete the double comeback into overtime to then go flawless, and Anubis Bates map pick goes against them.
And I think Heroic had quite a slow start to that one, and we kind of mentioned it coming into this. Both of these two teams, obviously being in the lower bracket, they've just come off of a loss. And for Heroic, it was against Cloud9. Pretty tough opponent. For Bait, coming up against Eternal Fire, we really thought they had a shot at that one, and a little bit of a mental breaker with how one-sided those maps ended up being. So both of these two teams in a little bit of a difficult position here. They come into this, they know that it's do or die, tournament lives on the line. And both of them really did show up. The fact that it went all the way into OT is testament to that. But as you said, a great recovery from Heroic. Very, very impressive to see how they managed to kind of pull themselves towards themselves a bit here. But that's it for map number 1. We're going to take a short break here, folks. But we are preparing for our second map. So don't go too far away. We'll see you in just a minute.
Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand.
Welcome back, everybody, to IEM Rio 2024 European Qualifiers, close qualifiers at that. We are potentially halfway through our second matchup of the day. We won't jump the gun too much, as we've seen Heroic take their opponent's map pick in a very, very close overtime on Anubis, a little bit closer than maybe we had expected. But we're heading over onto Heroic's map pick. It is going to be Dust 2. We did get to see a little bit of Dust 2 from Bait a bit earlier today. It wasn't stellar by any means. Freddie, what are we thinking about this map coming up?
Well, okay, so we also didn't get to see Heroic because we were obviously covering the Bait game, but they also played Dust 2 this morning. They played against Cloud9, and they equally didn't have a great time. So you've kind of got that to keep in the mind back of your head, that like both teams have played this against a team that is obviously a bit better than them, and neither has been able to succeed. Also, Heroic haven't played massive this map with Dexter. Both times they have, though, Dexter's been phenomenal. You'd kind of anticipate that from someone like Dexter on a map like Dust 2, and I think he did show that a lot on Anubis as well, like his just pure power. So I think coming on to Dust 2, we're instantly going to be having the conversation of Hedrick versus Dexter. Like, Hedrick, again, just I feel like I'm kicking a dead horse right now. I'm just like, bro's not doing anything. I don't even know if he's hit double digits in any of our maps we've seen today yet. He definitely didn't in that game. Definitely didn't on Mirage. And I think on Dust 2 against Ten of Fire would have been like bit shaky. So I'm already like starting to favor Heroic a little bit more, especially considering they just snatched away Anubis. Like, I did not think they should have won it, but on overtime, like getting there, they just looked flawless as soon as they got there.
Yeah, so checking it out, in fact, on Dust 2, in our previous matchup, it was a lot closer. Hedrick had 11.
Okay, he's hit double digits today. He's hit 11. Like, congratulations. An AWP on Dust 2 with 11 frags. Like, okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, it has been rough by all accounts. But, we kind of mentioned a few of the other players had really stepped up to kind of pick up that slack a little bit. The problem comes in where if your player is not doing well and the rest of the team is not able to pick up that slack, well, then it's a disaster. So here we are, folks. We're on map number 2. It is Dust 2, as we said before. Bait going to be starting off here on the CT side and looking for a little bit of redemption. They've yet to pick up the map all day. So hopefully they can pick this one up and take us to that third.
Would be a pretty rough day for them if they, 0-2-0-2. NPL's definitely one of the players that we got to mention of picking up some of that slack, but he struggled massively on the T side of Anubis, and also against Ten of Fire, Bait's T side was nowhere to be really marveled at comparative to how they were performing on the C side. Not sure if there's a correlation there, but NPL is going to be taking actually the first contact in this pistol round, drops the bomb, spots out one more, and a flashbang. Unfortunately, I was going to say they weren't there, but he still picks up one more. Advantage maintained by Bait until they try and force the issue a little bit. And it's back down to a 3 versus 3. In the meantime as well, Shush has also pushed up long and onto the A-bomb site.
Yeah, but I mean, the bomb is still in the middle of no man's land. So, yes, Shush has got a little bit of a lurk on him here, and he can potentially catch them off guard, but it's going to become fairly obvious that he's not coming from mid. So we're going to be watching these two potential angles here. And he needs to swing out. Spots out the first and instantly shut down. A great round from Bait, but unfortunately for Heroic, just not able to find that stabilization.
I mean, yeah, great round from MPL, great round from Captain Kirker, and those were the two players as well on Anubis that kind of stepped up for Bait. I think that was a really well-played pistol round where when we were in that kind of 3 versus 3, they pushed through the smoke, maybe realizing that not everybody will be there for Heroic, and that was exactly the case. Kind of catches the T side off guard a little bit, and unfortunately Shush couldn't really do anything with this nice lurk he was kind of installing into the round. But for now, even though we don't get the bomb down, we still will actually, interesting enough, have a force buyout from the T side. And Dexter's Scout actually could get an opening kill here if Alex rejiggles mid with this MP9.
Seems he's not willing to take the bait. Oh, the puns. I don't even mean to do it, man. It's just it's low-hanging fruit at this point. We are looking for a little bit of aggression into mid here.
They have got a nice bait and switch set up.
Oh, it's too easy. It's actually unfortunate how easy it is. And there's the pop. Okay, pop and lock as Nerds gets two.
Okay.
The second one blinded with Tessus's help, but now Senthil, there you go, up from the high ground position there, is able to get one, pulls back, allows for NPL to cover a little bit of a cross here, but now he's going to be over. Nope, no, he's not. Nope, he's going to get a headshot, but it's not going to be enough. Somehow, Heroic continue to keep this close. And yes, they bring it to a 2 versus 1. Now NPL has to be the hero, gets the first, but the swing from Tessus is perfect, and it's another eco round in the same series.
1 HP! He survives on 1 HP! He gets spammed through the box and somehow survives. I have no idea how Essential also survived for so long on that B bomb site while also on very low HP, and I think he did really well actually at anchoring down that part of the map, but it was all in vain. And even though MPL also gets 2 rotating over, Dexter is able to get all the frags in middle and drop with his teammates, and well, Tessus, he's counting his lucky stars right now because someone is certainly watching over him.
Oh, the guardian angels of Heroic. Just allowing them to stay in this that little bit longer, and of course, it's a bit of an economic reset for Bait. Very unfortunate on their CT side. Still forcing into the scout though. We've kind of, I mean, I don't want to be that person, but maybe this is the map where Headtrick starts to find that value. Heroic's still going for this mid push towards A. Haven't quite found success on it just yet, but we are only on the 3rd round. This could be the moment. Nice little bit of smoke here to allow them to walk up, but Headtrick is watching. He's waiting for someone to swing out of that smoke. He's forced off of the angle. He's not able to connect the shot, and he's instantly shut down by Dexter. Now Captain Kudko is holding the close angle, able to get 2. That's unreal. He follows it up with a 3rd. What is happening? Guys, rifles are supposed to beat pistols. 2 versus 1 now. Tessus, again, has to be an absolute rock star here for this roster. Bait have managed to pick up some better weapons. How much can Tessus get done?
30 seconds as well. Like, look, time is somewhat of an issue, and contact being taken now. Alex hasn't felled Tessus. He's actually on the receiving end of a lot of that damage. And yeah, 15 seconds. There's no time left unless they give it to him on a silver platter. Oh, Alex with the fadeaway. The 5-7s get every single kill in the round. And Captain Kirka, how in tarnation have you got 3 and then a dink with 1 magazine?
It's actually egregious. Like, the fact that Heroic allowed that to happen. Where is the buddy system? Where is the...
They were there.
You know...
They were all there for the trades. That's what makes it so, like, what? Like, those kills came in a space of, like, 4 seconds. They were all there.
They were shooting around him. Oh, man. That's... I don't know, man. That's a mental breaker if ever I've seen one. Neither one of these two teams terribly comfortable in the econ department, but with these MP9s and a bit of aggression, they can farm up some decent cash here. And Heroic, definitely the worse off, but there you go. The Deagles working out just as well as the 5-7s there. Maybe not quite just as well, but so much value out of it. Unfortunately, doesn't look like there's going to be too much more to come through from this, as Captain Kudka is so aggressive. Kixon will trade him though, and once again we're in a 2 versus 2. These rounds are so unbelievably scrappy. Kind of tough to call who's going to come out on top of this one.
How has Kixon got another kill on like 1 HP? How is he still alive? And Essential's also super low, so he's not that confident in making a move first in B tunnels, and like he also knows that they know he's there. So what he's going to do is going to wait for MPL. The captain is going to come join up with his teammate. He has the kit, but time is ticking down, and Tessus exposed gives opportunity. Only gets one though. And look at Kicksan's HP. NPL just needs to clear him. He's got the right idea, but he's not going to effectively clear the corner. Gets the frag. Is there enough time? I think just about. NPL ends the Force by Wars, and the captain puts them on 3.
Dear Lord, that was far closer than it ever should have been. Now, Heroic obviously came into that slightly worse off in the econ, so being able to take out 4 of the players plus getting bomb planted, not the worst situation to be in.
They're going again. I respect it. I actually rate it.
Yeah, we go again. You have to, right? Like, you cannot allow the snowball to get too far out of hand, and they've managed to string together something serviceable. So make it work, make it happen if you can. But of course, the consequences will be dire if they can't make it happen.
Ooh, this is an interesting read. The fact that Heroic realized that there's been more of a heavy presence towards long in this round. They instantly have Kicksan out in middle alongside Nerds. I wonder if I'm surprised they haven't moved more as a team over towards this part of the map, and like, you know, they're still keeping Shush outside along, but I think it's very clear that they do want to end towards this B bomb site, maybe trying to wrap around, but they've got no utility for it. They've got one flashbang in middle on Nerds, so they can't smoke the cross. They can't throw a flashbang over on the B bomb site, and that's probably the reason why they're actually redirecting themselves and realizing that we can't split up. We might actually just have to play this as a death ball, as a pact, and I think that's going to be the only way they can succeed. Look at Headtrick's AWP though. He's holding the whole of CT, so if they try and go, they have to go tunnels. I think that's actually the only place they might succeed.
And it looks like they're going to start heading back over towards B here after all. The flash going with them. Oh man, that was so nearly a kill, but unfortunately Shush just cannot confirm. Now that one flash has to pay off. It has to work beautifully. A little bit early on the swing there, but Asenthal manages to dodge either way. One kill to come through, but we will trade a little bit back and forth here. Dexter, last one left alive. He's good for 1. 1 versus 2.
No time.
This is doable. But, yeah, there it is. No time left. And the best that he can hope for is to hold on to this gun. And, oh, there we go. He actually manages to swap that out for the M4. Unfortunate. The idea was there, but they got stalled out so heavily by the need to get that util.
I mean, annoyingly as well, actually, that flashbang was good. And if he wasn't crouched on like kind of the behind the big box, behind the barrel, because the barrel blocks it by just like the tip of the barrel blocks this flashbang, and if he wasn't in that exact position, he would have been blinded, and it probably would have I mean, might have actually just been around for Heroic. Issue is, yeah, like the utilities just had none of it. They were trying to wait and see if Bates were going to give them anything. They were waiting to see if someone would push middle, or someone would maybe push B tunnels, or just even push long as well, because that's where Shush was with the Mac 10. But Bait don't offer up anything, and that's very similar to what Bait were doing on the city side of Anubis. They just kind of weren't giving Heroic anything to work with. And now you have a big issue with the fact that Dexter sure has saved the A1S, but his money is very disjointed from the rest of his teammates. So if we go into round 7 where Heroic have 2,900 loss bonus, like Dexter's going to be on a Galil or a Mac 10, and so like you're even now looking at the repercussions of that last round for the future.
It's a great spread here from Bait. I like the aggressive push down long. They know that Heroic kind of favor this mid push though, and this does set them up for a potential flank, or of course to just regroup back towards that A site and shut down this kind of push across the bridge here. NPL seems to at least have an inkling. Again, they know that Heroic have done this a few times, so just gonna hold the line here. Pop flash over the top. Not quite getting the value. NPL to get the first. Gonna try to follow it up. He will get traded, but Headtrick will pick up one. Gonna give away his position. Yeah, he's gonna move back a little bit. Alex is there to make sure that no harm can come to his AWPer. The last one left alive here, Shush, to get a little bit done, but not much more. Some economic damage, bomb planted, about as good as they could have hoped for.
Well, the bomb actually going down starts to change that narrative I was building up of. The actual $600 means that you don't necessarily have the repercussions of saving that weapon into this round. Like, you have Dexter in a fine situation when it comes to the economy now. And for Heroic, look, they weren't looking to really get anything in that round. I think the bomb down and what was 2 kills is probably best case scenario. The one issue I am starting to see for Bait, though, is that they are playing the exact same setup every single round. And Headtrick, he's not moving around the map. And I think, as I say that, he's now moving around the map. They're going for something a little bit different. They're going for a change of play, trying to go through into underpass, but Headtrick's been left alone. A collateral for Dexter. Headtrick's on 60 HP, and, well, Heroic just spreading out and penalizing everybody.
It's kind of crazy how quickly this has gone so far awry. But this is how a lot of those rounds that Heroic do end up winning sometimes go. They get those kind of early pickoffs due to aggression on either side, depending, or whatever the case. And generally speaking, they leverage that into a win here. We have seen Bait come back from similar disadvantages before, though. A well-placed shot could be all they need, but nope. Dexter wins out that AWP battle, and these last 2 players are now caught. Nowhere to go. Okay, there you go. They'll crack open that door and give themselves a bit of space to work with. But as they peek through, it's Dexter once again. He's eventually taken out by MPL, but he's the last one left alive. A tough battle to deal with Tessus in mid, and no, he could not make it happen. And finally, Heroic will get another round on the board. And it's looking a little bit like Anubis. So this could be where Heroic bring it back.
Yeah, I mean, like, you had those just really early, like, uncomfortable rounds of... I think that might be... Don't hold me... That might be our first proper gun round in round 7, where, like, both teams actually had everything. Like, that was the first time in round 7. So, sure, the scoreline was, like, 5-1 going into the round. Then you start having the question of, like, well... It's actually the first time Heroic have had all the pieces of the puzzle and you know, etc. But yeah, like, especially what's vocalized in that round is the fact that Dexter's AWP has not only won out the duel against Headtrick, but has also had serious impact, which was a concern that I was raising for Bates, where it's okay, Headtrick, you've had the AWP out quite a few rounds, and you're on 2 kills. Dexter has got more kills than you with the AWP than you've got kills, period, in 1 round.
Oh, that spray is just so unreal. The fact that there's like a wall in the way as well. Yeah, anti-eco things, I guess. But yeah, I mean, the kind of long-term repercussions of how those last couple of rounds have gone, just not ideal for Bait. And again, I have to bring back that thing. And I hate this. I hate kind of dogging on one player who's having a bad day, but because it is the AWPer, it matters.
And does too.
And does too, right? And they're investing into it, and it's not getting results. Obviously, in this round, they don't have the money to do so, but I think that it would be in their best interest to just stop putting that spend into it. You know, few rounds left in this half.
I wouldn't agree with that. Like, I would actively say, like, you do not want to deprive them of that weapon. That's like that would be a big misplay for me, from my perspective. But NPL and Captain Kutka, they've certainly been picking up that slack, especially NPL, like, he is having a very good day. But unfortunately, for Bait in this round, they go aggressive through B tunnels, something they haven't done before. And it would have been a nice play. They call out from the player in T-spawn. And now, because there's smokes separating the A players and now Alex, he's being wrapped upon from... It would be 3 different angles right now. He was not in a great position there. And I think for Bait, yep, you save. Like, you got to get out of there. Try keep as many weapons as you can. And I don't think they're going to even allow that to be the case. Bomb hasn't even been planted. Finally, it will now. Headtrick getting on the board, but it's all in vain.
A little bit of economic damage there. But at this point, it's really meaningless. Kixon's got over 10k. Really whatever. Great resurgence from Heroic here. And normally, so you've got that one CT that's kind of trapped, and normally I'd be like, just ignore him, right? But the fact that he's kind of between the bomb and the actual site, yeah, gotta chase it down. But like you said, 3 players, 3 different directions. Bit of a slaughter there. Really nothing to be done. And nothing really to be done in this round either. Again, it's one of those... Normally, you would want to say a little bit of economic damage would be great. But again, it's pointless at this moment. You need round wins. So, Heroic likely to even up the scoreline here. Potentially propel themselves to a 6th. Maybe even take the 7-5 half. They're on a bit of a roll here.
This is, yeah, feeling very reminiscent of Anubis. But to be fair, both of those contexts, you start kind of phrasing of like, well, it is the T side of a map that is T-sided, so should we really be having the conversation of them needing to come back into it? Shouldn't they just be like having that dominant streak to start? But the conversation line does then just go to the fact that like those first 7 rounds were so weird where they didn't have a full buy. As soon as they have the full buy, they're smiling. Dexter has the AWP. He's having a big impact. And also just the entries. I feel like we've seen really good entries from people like Shush the whole of today. Nerds is definitely someone where I would have wanted to see a little bit more from in this game especially. I feel like this is where he could have shined. And I think he's someone that like I really, really rate. And I think he's probably, in my opinion, he's one of the better players in the world. And it does worry me when I look at like it does too. And the same was on Anubis where it was like 2 and 8, 3 and 8, whatever.
Yeah, not ideal. Alright, Bait. Back in the money. Back with something to work with. 2 rounds left in this half. Losing this round will be devastating. Winning it, Heroic won't be too upset by that. They'll still be able to have a really good shot at that last round, so... Realistically, for Bait here, you really want to see them make that resurgence. Again, the same kind of control that we've seen from them round after round. They're backing out of A-Long very quickly this time around, however. A little bit of information garnered that there's a lean towards B, and instantly we're starting to see that reinforcement come through. I think this is the right call to make, but bear in mind, we do have Shush on a very far extreme push here. So the potential to change it up is there. Nert's going to swing off of the flash. Only good for 1, but will get traded. Surely that's the call to push B.
I mean, it's just a very standard setup on short. It's a massive fight. Alex spots Kicksam, but the IGL, the North Macedonian, capitalizes first, pulls the trigger, draws the blood. However, Captain Kirker was not done towards short. Essential, oh, the trigger discipline, supreme as he puts Bait on 6.
He's putting Heroic on notice as well. 6-5 here, they've regained that lead, clawed their way back into it. And again, it felt like that was a round that Heroic had so much potential to come out on top of. Some really impactful early frags, but beautiful play there. Just to hold on, like you said, trigger discipline, not allow yourself to get too overzealous. But as mentioned, Heroic still have a very robust buy into this, and Shush will open it up with the first kill here. Now Nert's going a little bit aggressive. It wasn't even Nert's. I thought it was going to be, sorry, Alex that got that kill, but no, it's going to be Head Trick that manages to get that AWP shot. Meanwhile, Bomb's making its way over towards A. They should be aware that there's usually a bit of an extreme or extremity lurker. So Bait not pulling the trigger just yet on the rotation. There's definitely a world here where they do re-hit this.
Cat and mouse in middle. Both players do connect, but Dexter, he's the one who draws that lethal blow. Bait, a big void of information now towards middle, and that's why we see Essential kind of being pushed off the A-bomb site a little bit, but MPL great information, and you know, it's a very brazen swing, but he not only gets a kill, but confirms as model players towards A long, and that's going to cause Alex to also rotate away from B after pushing B tunnels. So Bait in a prime opportunity to claim 7 in this round, even though it's a 3 versus 3. The City side have a perfect read, and Alex is also coming over with a full belt of utility.
Heroic have slowed down massively, but they have such an advanced position here that retreat, they'd have to invest some serious util into it if they did want to retreat. So unfortunately it is going to have to be a little bit of a committal here. Nice Molotov just to deny any sort of an attempt at a plant. Stenthal, good shot there onto Kixon. Tessus had crossed over but instantly caught out. Now it's Dexter all alone. Low HP, 1 versus 3 will not be allowed. 7-5 in favor of Bait, and they have just put Heroic on notice.
My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality. Satellites singing serenity. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, promise me. I'll lose inside of our reality. Satellites singing serenity. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, promise me. Look into my face. Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you.
Bait, they maintain their lead. A pretty good start. It was a very tumultuous beginning on Dust 2. A lot of back and forth. We actually had our first proper gun round in round 7. And even though Heroic looked like they were building back into their T side, 2 very nice rounds in consecutive manner do put Bait in the lead. And well, can they hold on to their lead this time, unlike Anubis?
Yeah, Anubis was another back and forth affair. Very, very scrappy, but ultimately it was Heroic who took us into OT and eventually won it out. See if they can replicate that here. A great shot from Shush to get that opener. Gonna try to follow that up, but eventually will get taken down. Kixon's there to back him up, but not gonna be much longer for this world. So low on that HP. 3 versus 3 here now. And they are at the very least gonna be able to get this bomb planted. That's gonna give them a bit of a boon into the next round no matter what. How do Heroic try to pull off this retake? It can be so incredibly difficult. They're going to funnel through the window instantly. Kicks in with a low HP. Taken out. Tesses quick to follow. And Dexter, last one left alive. Good for the first. I don't think there's too much more that can be done here. Oh, another one on top of it. No way he gets the defuse. Well, unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, Heroic, like, you had the setup. You had Shush taking the first contact. He gets the opening kill. Nerds gets baited in perfectly, and he misses. Come on, Nerds. You got to get that content for your social media team. It's 4-11. You've been set up, and then you miss. But that second round pistol going in favor of bait. There's a little bit of alarm bells going off now if I'm Heroic. You're like, ooh, okay, so we lost the first half and then lost the pistol round. It's not looking too ideal, but they're going to be forcing back into it. And we did see this kind of like back and forth force buys just continue for so long. But they did favor bait the first time around. I wonder if they'll do the same here again.
Bearing in mind, Heroic, the last 2 pistol rounds we had, they lost the pistol and then they won the second round. So there is a world. Senthil now down. Numbers advantage confirmed. A second will come through from Tesses. What a shot with that Deagle. And the Galil was recovered from Nerds in mid as well, or by Nerds rather. With only 3 players left alive here for bait, Heroic very quickly now reinforcing this A site. This is doable.
There's still 1 player in the smoke. Tesses, that's a big frag. And he gets away as well. 2 versus 4. Everybody's here for Heroic. Shooting the goose NPL. A bit jittery. That's not a player. It does move in real life, but it's a painting. It's a wall painting. Okay, can they try to bring themselves out of this? Oh, that's a perfect timing. Unfortunately, yeah, really nice, just constantly being belittled. Bait have no idea where to look at Heroic. They win out the force buys, and we continue.
We go again. I'm still kind of really impressed by that first Deagle shot from Tesses that gets the second kill of the round. So tasty. And honestly, instrumental kill as well. I think, you know, if Tesses loses, if he dies there and doesn't get one, that round goes a very different way. So, important kill from him there. But it's another round where the winner of the pistol gets ecoed and the economy reset comes into fruition. Now Nerds will catch out NPL. Very aggressive positioning here into mid. They're gonna attempt to overrun him and they will succeed, but a bit of util to follow that up does some tasty chip damage. That's gonna bring the numbers even, but still heavy advantage here for Heroic.
Yeah, Bait just have a big absence of map control and they'll be walking right into Dexter's AWP on round 3. If I'm losing the pistol round, Hedrick's like, what's doink? Where does that come from? Beautiful. Beautiful craft with the Vox Hollows and Desert Strike. It's fitting on Dust 2. Also, I think they missed their mid smoke. Yeah, I was gonna say that did land very far. Yeah. Okay. Well, Heroic have mid control. That's. I don't think Bait realized they've missed that smoke. So you're gonna have Kixan. I would actually love him to like clear this out right now because Shush is very isolated. Like there's a world where he could just get overrun, but oh, never mind.
My God.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're like, no, that actually isn't a world. He's just, yep, shooting fish in a barrel.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, what's the opposite of whack-a-mole? Because he was the mole, but like the mole fights back.
Yeah, the return of the mole.
The revenge of the mole. Just when you thought it was safe to go back to whack-a-mole. Okay.
Return of the Sith? No, Return of the Mole. I love that. That's sorry. That's really tickled something for me.
I'm glad you enjoyed that. But that's Heroic bringing it ever so much closer now. 7 to 8 year Dexter. Oh, jeez.
Bonked in the back of the head. I mean, it is a
Oh,
hookah
my
round.
earth.
Like, okay,
Yeah.
if there's a round to gonna have that like crazy like mid down push where you shoot the team on your back of the head, like that's the round. You know, you get out the craziness, you get out whatever's going on there. You come onto the rifles. You've still got like you know you're still in a fine position if you're bait. You're still 8 to 8, but everyone now run our first gun round in this second half. It's come a lot quicker than the first half. But Dexter, like this orb, I'm really scared. Like it's going to be constantly moving around the map. He's going to be, I think, a lot more mobile than what Headtrick was doing. And he's already showed presence towards long. I wouldn't be surprised if he moves away now because he's already shot. But he's going to wait for the utility first. Like, you know, the smoke's gone. Oh, he's holding the smoke. This would be a crazy read if Captain Kirko walks through it. Oh, good nade.
Oh, good flash, and that's going to allow Kurtka to cross as well. Dexter now very aware of it. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, it's Shush again. Absolutely stellar anchor here. Finally will get taken out, but he takes 2 down with him, and Nertz is able to swing and get Alex, so all of that for Nort. How does Nert get that one? Oh, it's a beautiful performance there. Another solid round for Heroic. I mean, we thought there might be a map 3 in store, but Heroic seem to be in control here.
Like, when we hit that 5-5 mark, I was thinking, oh, Heroic, they're dominating, right? And then Bait played these lovely 2 rounds in a row. They win the pistol. I'm like, oh, okay, so okay, there is a contention for map 3. But then Heroic have just done exactly what they did on the first half, where they've just started playing like legitimate lights out Counter-Strike. And I'm like, oh, okay, so are we just gonna, like, is this, if Heroic play how they're playing now, like, I don't see Bait being able to stop them, even though it is, like, currently a 1-round game. But we're up against a low buy. Heroic have great funds, you know, that is not an issue. And it's just all about making this as clean as possible. And they've actually got a perfect setup. Like, Dexter's in the prime place once again. He's going to hit the first shot, back away. Kixan, he had the Molo primed, but then it's a bit late. Either way, it's all fine. There was also a lovely grenade to go on top of that. Molotov actually missed. There was a gap where Headtrick could actually work around it, but overall, Kixan, it's a lovely 4K, and that anti-eco gets dealt with perfectly.
That brings us up to double digits here for Heroic, and Bait have not been able to pick up a round since the pistol. This was a 7-5 half. And if you recall, in our previous series, they also only managed to get 1 round in the second half. So, hopefully that's not going to be the case here again. Do have a buy into this, so let's see if they can get themselves that all-important opener. Nertz again, the aggressive angle. He doesn't even have to do it. It's Dexter to hold the line. The HE to come through. The follow-up from Nertz is great. Instantly 2 kills in favor of Heroic. And how much more can Bait realistically do in this round? Esenthal caught between a rock and a hard place. So little place to move. Headtrick going to try and whittle away those forces as much as possible, and it will actually cause Heroic now to pull back. They don't want to overstay their welcome there in mid. They've done enough to give themselves the advantage. Now they just have to wait.
I'm actually shocked that Bait come out of that in a 3 versus 4, and I actually think they should have overstayed the welcome. I think they should have forced the issue. I guess that there was a lack of information, right? Like they didn't know that there was only 1 player in B tunnels, but if Nertz and Shush had pushed more aggressively together, 1 from lower, 1 from B main, like they would have been in a 5 versus 2 right now. But with 40 seconds left, they actually have some feasibility about this round. The one big issue is that they might just be walking into Dexter's orb. He played this exact position last round. Do they anticipate it because of that? Headtrick going for this peak. Oh no, Essential goes first. Cranium cracked open. And Dexter, fearless. Maybe should have by this time a little bit more, because Headtrick, with 15 seconds, gives his team the opportunity, but unfortunately, there's no time left. 10 seconds. It's a 1 versus 2 for the ace. And, well, they're just playing with him right now. They're playing with their food. And 3 seconds. Can he actually find this kill? No, Shush decides he doesn't want to jump hump anymore. And you know what? That round was way too close for comfort if you're heroic.
Honestly, what a time for Hedrick to come alive. He's now top fragging on his team after that round. It's a great one from him.
Sure, yeah. Impact frags.
And it's really interesting that it happens here on the T side. And unfortunately, just not enough to secure them that round. Heroic, you know, do well enough just to play out that time a little bit. Double orb setup coming through here. Honestly, I love it. I'm a big fan of the double orb. It's very risky, but I think, you know, it has some very strong merit when it does work out. And the fact that it's Nerds here, who's been playing this aggressive position so consistently, that's going to make escaping relatively difficult, but never mind. Not going to be a problem after all. He's just flashed off of the position. Dexter not able to get anything off of the swing, however, and that ordnance doesn't get any value, but a great little shot there to come through. Oh, God. The double orbs absolutely sing here. And again, it's heroic with... Oh, they've lost the advantage.
Wait, look at Long. Look at Long. What's going on? Alex gives Bait back now the lead. This was a 5 versus 3. Heroic were chilling. They were smiling, both Nerds and Dexter, you know, flexing their AWP muscles. But now, like this should be map point already. But instead, we've had Bait fight their way through. And this round's going to completely be coming down to Shush. It's basically a 1 versus 3 for him towards this B part of the map. And wait, they might not anticipate him so close in B tunnels. Arthur has just been cleared. There they all are. Bomb's been dropped, but he can only get 1. He had to get a multi-frag there. And because of it, Dexter now a 1 versus 2. And he's all the way over in like T-spawn.
Oh, this round goes so completely awry. It starts off beautifully. They're not able to hold on to that advantage. Now Dexter has swapped over onto a Galil. He's going to attempt to go for this, and honestly, why not? You've got more money than you know what to do with. And if you can try to just keep this a little bit expensive for Bait, they would at least be happy with that. The first kill to come through connects beautifully. No idea where the second player is. So he's only good for 1. Senthal, a beautiful round from him. Absolutely unreal. 4 kills to give Bait just that extra lifeline and another chance to come back into this.
You could say an essential round. There you go. I've been waiting for that one. He's someone actually, it's a really interesting one because I think he's someone on this roster that maybe doesn't shine as much as the others, but he's still, like, I was talking to Trav with this a while ago when we cast them. He's still a really good player in his own right. He doesn't have, like, he's surrounded by, like, superstars and other players succeed. But, well, speaking about succeeding, it's a wacky long cake and, oh, they all get spammed for a smoke. Utility is fantastic from Heroic, and Bait just run into the belly of the beast. There's a meat grinder inside of it, and Heroic now on map and series point, and also elimination point for Bait.
I feel like Heroic took that last round personally.
Yeah, they were okay. Let's not lose the 5 versus 3 this time.
Yeah, if we could not, that would be good. And the really tough position here for Bait, because obviously winning that round meant that the round loss bonus was somewhat reset. So while they do have a barrage of rifles, it's not as robust as they'd like in the utility department. They're going to be extra careful. They do catch out Nerds. Nerds kind of overstays his welcome there. They know that he likes to play that position, so they handle that very well. Be a free upgrade for them as well, so we'll be happy with that at least. How do Heroic bounce back from this? They can't allow this to slip through their fingers.
Ooh, I like how Dexter just puts distance in middle now. I think he's expecting a play through B, but fortunately, contact's going to be taken on short by Kixan momentarily. I was going to say after the smoke fades, but, well, they're not even going to wait for that. And they're not even going to wait for the Molotov. What is going on? Bait throwing away the man advantage. 2 players just run to their death. And are they just going to commit to this? Like, how? And it's working? Like, how is this a 3 versus 3? Kicksan, unfortunately, subjugated, still alive, denies the bomb, doesn't deny the bomb, but still gets the frag. Alex looking to clip his wings. A 1 versus 3 is needed to keep Bait not only alive in this map, but the whole tournament. And he's lost track of Kicksan. What is going on? How has the IGL got 4 kills there? How has he survived throughout all of this? And Heroic lived to see another day in the IEM Rio close qualifier.
All these questions and more. Unfortunately, we don't always have the exact answers.
I don't think I have any answers for that round.
You know what? Sometimes it just do be like that sometimes.
But
well done to Heroic. I'm sure we'll go back and we'll try and dissect that at another point. But at the end of the day, what matters is Heroic, they do bring that one back. A couple of maps that start off very shaky for them, but ultimately they're able to bring back into their control under their belts, and they will move on in this bracket. And unfortunately, that does mean that we have to say goodbye to Bait. They chose to compete in IEM. They chose it over Challenger Atlanta, and unfortunately, this is the end of their run. We will still get to see them in the Shanghai RMR, so look forward to that. Hopefully, we'll get to see a stronger performance out of them. But for now, Heroic, get to move on. They have another opportunity to try and get themselves into the IAM Rio main event.
Yeah, so kind of taking a look at the bracket, Eternal Fire, I was, at the very start of the day, I was like, okay, this is a team that should be winning these type of qualifiers. Like, I'd actually would have assumed they'd even just be invited to the main event straight up. They are cruising through. They obliterated Bait. They did the exact same thing to Cloud9. So they're now in a position where 1 best of 3, and they have 2 chances. 1 best of 3, they qualify for Rio. They will be facing off against the winners of 3D Max versus Falcons, which has gone to a 3rd map after both teams demolished their map pick. And OG, interestingly enough, coming through from the open qualifier, you know, they showed a bit of flair in the Blast Premier showdown. You know, they kind of made people believe a little bit more in this whole like younger squad they're building with Nexius and Buzz. Well, Fnatic just demolished them 13-1 and 13-7. So very unfortunate there. But Bait look like they go 0-2, but I think they can be very happy with the fact that they are moving in the right direction. They're just going to be that rain cloud for them personally over the fact that they know they played poorly today.
Yeah, unfortunately, these things do happen. Sometimes teams have bad days, players have bad days, and all you can really do from it is GG, go next. So we look forward to seeing them in the next, and of course we look forward to seeing more of the IEM Rio action as the days go on. That's it from Freddy and I, though. Unfortunately, this was our one day, and we've had an absolute blast. We hope that you enjoyed it. Make sure to come back and to see which 2 teams will make their way into the main event. Until then, have an awesome evening, and we'll see you next time.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.